Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. Oh, don't mess up, 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 don't mess up. All right, good. Beautiful morning. Beautiful morning. It is a beautiful day. I hope you guys are doing all right this morning. Yeah, let's start there. Beautiful day. Now, there are some people who are having difficulty in the world today. Many of those are Palestinians. So our heart obviously goes out to them. But let's be very honest, they've been having a difficult day for the last several years, decades, probably going 70 years, right? So just so we set our context, the war is still taking place. We have images like this that are coming out because Israel is still going on their genocidal massacres. They're doing it outside of eyeshot. So I don't want to let it out of eyeshot. I want people to be very clear what is taking place right now in Gaza. Hundreds of people are dead. They've killed 400, 500 people over the last several days as Tehran delivers cosmic justice. So this picture, we have this taking place, trigger warning. These are people who are trying to get food and have to effectively dodge bullets as they try to get food because the food areas are death traps. There's that. You have this, Gaza. If I'm not mistaken, that was a hospital that just got bombed. By the way, I'm playing this one because I want you to hear the wails of the people who are in the background as this happens to where they live. Let's keep going. Now that our context is set, let's move on to righteous justice. This is a missile defense system. I call it the primal scream of a missile defense system as it dies.
Okay.
Bam. Justice. Justice. Let's keep going. This is a television station in Tehran. Of course, the television station is not a military target, but of course, for the Israelis, all of these things are legit targets. I want you to see something that happens, though. They're doing the news, they're doing the news, and it gets bombed while they're doing the news. But I want you to see what happens. She gets up, escorts people out. But that guy stays and does his job. Ain't that some shit? Meaning that guy, after the bombing, stayed
اما مدیر اتاق
and
فرمان
calmly
تا آخرین لحظات برای تحویل
walks
آنتن
out
به استودیوی
afterwards,
دیگر خبر در
still
رژیم
finishing his
میماند.
work before he leaves. That's called strength. That's called strength. That is strength. When you see, if that was Israel, they would have hauled ass to the bomb shelter. That guy's like, I have work to do. I have work to do. I have to do a document. I have to film. I have to do whatever I need to do before I leave. That is strength. That is a difference. That difference matters. And what I mean by that difference matters is if you're talking about the quality of people who you are effectively confronting, oh, that difference matters. That difference matters. Let's keep going. Here is, again, trigger warning. This is Israel bombing a hospital. Again, not a military target. A hospital. They just bombed a hospital. Iran is flying a drone over top of Tehran. Ain't that some shit? Unmolested. Completely unmolested. Imagine for the moment, you are in a bomb shelter. You stumble out of the bomb shelter and you see that flying through the air. What do you think, right? What do you think? My guest is here. I'll come back to this because I have the 8 o'clock hour where we can kind of delve further into this. But needless to say, it is indeed a war, and shots have been exchanged on both sides. But I don't think Israel has ever confronted an enemy in real terms, in the sense of a real, actual war. Let me bring in my guests. I'm joined with the man himself. I always enjoy these conversations, Jeff Fritz. He's an author, I'm about to say authoritarian. He's an author, historian, podcaster who worked 33 years in government, now retired. He currently lives in Melbourne, Australia. Jeff has spent a lifetime of studying history and how knowledge of historical events can help give context to a changing world. You can follow Jeff on the Burning Archive. By the way, Jeff, I found myself on your site more and more often. You have some damn good programming, man. Really good. You can also find him on Substack at jeffrich.substack.com. How you doing, man? You doing okay today?
Well, it is a pretty tough time right now, isn't it? I mean, there's been a few periods over the last, few years since 2022 where, I've kind of, woken up in the morning and first thing I wanted to do is just check to see if something catastrophic has happened in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's really the state of play that we're all in. But it's been wonderful to watch your show,
Well, thank you.
Jamal, over the last couple of weeks, because you've been a absolute pillar of strength, and you've done some extraordinary interviews with some people who I think have been real role models, I guess. Might be
Well, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like
I have to be honest with you.
yeah.
Considering the last several years, I've been gleeful. I know that sounds horrible. I expect bad things to happen because I do think the U.S. is going to get into the war. I don't know what that means in regards to where the spirals into. I think Iran is going to be in for some dark days, even if they come out victorious, meaning they can deny the enemy their objectives. But let's be honest, the U.S. is a military that is prolific at killing people. And whereas Israel, either intentionally or otherwise, have gotten themselves into something that they were ill prepared for. I can show you this clip of Netanyahu in the Knesset, and he is under fire. And effectively, what they're screaming at him about is, "You made us look weak. You made us, you've humiliated us in front of the world." And he is effectively trying to make this argument, like you can see, like you can even see how energetic he is in trying to explain this. People like screaming at him about that. I kept saying to myself, God, man, this has to have political consequences. Like, for the first time, you have told people that you were the dominant force in the region. You've convinced people that shooting kids with throwing rocks is somehow a war, or fighting militias is somehow a war. You have attacked people without air defense, without any capability of really striking you back, or even the temerity of the throw punch. And I think they made a catastrophic mistake attacking Iran. When they hit Iran, what they did was effectively allowed Iran complete, let's say, license to unleash everything that they wanted to unleash for years and just restrain themselves from doing for various reasons. But the world, and I'm not talking about Europe, because Europe is, I don't really consider them the world at 14% of the globe. But I think the world looked at that and says, all right, you attack them first. What happens, happens. Now the catch becomes the U.S. Give me your take on this. I mean, I strongly suspect the U.S. is going to get involved into this war next 48 hours, maybe even sooner. Israel's going to run out of air defense. And even now, it doesn't seem like the air defense is working on that much. Give me your thoughts on this before we move on to something else. Because you had an article, a video, by the way, saying that the West needs regime change, or the U.S. needs regime change. I want to get into that. I'm fascinated by that. But give me your take just on the current events that are taking place on the ground here.
Look, it really does look like the U.S. is going to intervene. I've been checking a range of different, sources and whatnot today, including some of the sort of Indian media and stuff like that, which, gives you a bit of a different kind of perspective because, apparently there was a meeting of a senior Pakistani political leader with which is about the same thing in Pakistan, but with Donald Trump today. So, I mean, they were expressing concern that Pakistan and Afghanistan would be used as sort of, bases for ground troops, US ground troops, to enter into Iran as well. So, I mean, it does really seem very likely. I'm no military person, but there does seem to be a lot of hardware moving around. On the other hand, I did watch the sort of press conference that the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, gave with, senior Western journalists earlier today, where he sort of expressed his belief, and I was actually looking back over all the telephone calls between Putin and Trump over the last, couple of months.
Jeff,
And
I'm sorry, one second. I'm
Iran.
sorry to intervene. Could you increase the volume of your mic a bit? The audience is saying it's a bit low.
Ooh.
No, you're fine. I do it because they're going to be screaming at me after, saying, "Oh my God, you're out screaming." Jeff.
Gee, I'm
No,
not
you're fine.
100%.
You're fine.
I'm okay.
Yes.
Yep.
But much better. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll just make sure the mic's nice and close to the mouth there.
I'm sorry. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he was saying he believed there's still a way to find some sort of settlement that ensures the security of the Jewish state, he said, with which he said had a lot of subtlety and nuance to it, as well as deal with this sort of nuclear issue. And he did point out the fact that that Russia is actually involved in the various nuclear facilities in Iran, which presumably is an implied message to the United States that if you bomb those facilities, you're also bombing Russian interests again. So I don't know. And I've just noticed there's been a statement about Xi and Putin speaking to each other on the phone today and saying they've instructed their respective agencies to enhance communication and share information. So that is also probably just a signal that, they're getting prepared for the US doing something, which, it's always a temptation to believe that, somehow the better angels of our nature will prevail, that good sense will prevail, that, what people like to call realism will prevail.
Well, see, to me, this is realism. I have no such belief. In my mind, what I mean by that is, I don't believe much of what Putin is saying in the diplomatic part. I think Putin and Xi Jinping knows that this is a Game of Thrones, and that, there is a movement. What is the word? You would know it. Deleuzian gap. I always Deleuzian. I always get it wrong. But basically, this notion. Thucydides trap, thank you.
Yep.
This idea that this rising power versus an established power. I think they used to look at it in the context of two countries. And I don't think it's two countries. I think it's this kind of multipolarity trying to break into this idea of hegemonic order. And you get the West, who is doing everything in their power to maintain this hegemonic order run by the US, with a budging or pushing multipolarity status quo wanting to be brought into fruition. And whether that's taking place in Ukraine, where they effectively tried to use Ukraine as a way of stopping the Russians, one of the members of BRICS, whether that's moving to Iran, another member of BRICS, where they're just so happening trying to, now we're going to have this fight that is a proxy war against the West and against East here, or whether that's Trump trying to pivot to China, or something that the US has been trying to do for God knows how long. I think these things are moving around the battlefield because they're trying to find a weak spot where both sides effectively want to have that stand. And I think Iran right now is where they're having to stand. I think Israel is just a proxy for the US. And so give me your take on that, by the way. You have a historical context. You're a doctor.
I totally agree. I mean, I think you got to think of the US as a sort of a networked empire, and Israel is one node of the network. Australia is one node of the network. The NATO, the European NATO countries are nodes of the network as well. And its interest is in kind of world domination.
Yes.
And it has been since 1945. And it's not just an idea or a concept, but it's a physical reality of those 800 military bases. I mean, it's just a metaphor really in terms of exactly how many there are, and that also nurtures entire cohort of people in the United States who this is their life. I mean, I saw General Michael Flynn, MAGA Christian nationalist guy, say, of course we're in Iran. We're already in Iran, and this is about world domination, and we're in Iran so we weaken China, and then we can all prepare ourselves to go and attack China. And it's just explicit.
Yeah.
And
I appreciate that, by the way. I appreciate the honesty. I so appreciate the honesty.
So, after the end of the Second World War, the United States was in this historically unprecedented situation of just total, economic dominance because, most of the rest of the world had been bombed out, utterly devastated both population-wise, morally and, economically and all the rest of it. And, America chose to not secure, as people thought Roosevelt might, a sort of, coexistence with the Soviet Union, or let alone the British Empire. It sought to have world domination, and it, through after NATO and all the rest of it, it expanded militarily incredibly quickly and incredibly aggressively. I mean, I think the numbers is like it established 400 military bases around the world, a lot of which, were bases through the Pacific operations and all that sort of stuff. In 10 years. So, you could almost rewrite the Cold War era as the sort of age of American expansion. And so it's that, and so many of the conflicts today, like Ukraine and Eastern Europe, like Taiwan, like Iran, like Israel, Palestine, they reflect or Korea as well, and China. There was a fury in America about losing China because the first proxy war of the Cold War was the Civil War in China. The communists, backed by the Soviet Union, and the the nationalist forces backed by the Chiang Kai-shek, backed by the USA, and the nationalists lost. They retreated to Taiwan, established a military dictatorship, and the US has backed them ever since. So there's this, one historian calls it the partition of Eurasia, and it's a historically unique situation that, all main points of Eurasia are basically occupied by the United States as an imperial power. In Europe, there's the Cold War, Iron Curtain division. In Palestine, there's a kind of partition imposed, which was very much about rivalry with the Soviet Union and the British Empire's participation in that. There's the partition between India and Pakistan, which is an absolutely tragic event. Yep. There's the partition in Korea, which was a horrendous. I mean, you've spoken to KJ, no, but that is just a horrendously tragic experience. And then there's the Taiwan as well. So these these events are grounded in a historical reality, but it's a kind of a military imperial presence that is based on a set of circumstances that will never, ever, ever be repeated, of unique military predominance and unique economic predominance. And that is, 80 years later, it's at a human level, on what basis does the United States think that it, on the other side of the Pacific, should be the primary power in East Asia and not China, which has 1.4 billion people in East Asia?
I can answer that. We're exceptional. We're exceptional. Right. That's why we're exceptional human beings. God chose us for something. There's a manifest destiny for us to take over the world. It's outrageous.
It's just appalling, and it just leads to this constant, all of these wars. And as you say, I think the world is kind of starting to say, we've had enough of this. Even just like in the last couple of days, Narendra Modi from India has had a pretty stern set of words to Donald Trump, saying these are the exact course of events about the resolution or the temporary sort of ceasefire situation with India, Pakistan. You did not solve this, mate.
I think the world is shocked at how absurd the U.S. political system is, and the idea that guy is considered leader of the free world, quote unquote. They don't realize how much he lies, and it's an anomaly. Like, Joe Biden lied constantly, but this is different. Like, this is like the notion that you would come out and say, well, it was my doing that solved the issue between India and Pakistan. It is a bold-faced lie, right? It's like the notion that India or Pakistan is going to accept it. That doesn't stop him from saying it in the least. And he would repeat it over and over and over again.
No, it is astonishing. And it's curious, because like if you go back to the Iraq War back in the early 2000s, that first, 5 or so years of the 21st century, the United States was just on the nose all around the world. It was WMD, it was, George W. Bush. I used to tell my very young children sort of bedtime stories about this weirdo president of the United States called W, who was just wanting to bomb the world. So I've probably influenced their political opinions covertly, I guess. But and then, something really weird happened in 2008 with Barack Obama, that suddenly America was the promised land again.
Yeah, he was slick. He played basketball. He's now great.
Like, he wins the Nobel Prize for being a presidential
before
candidate.
Getting elected. right.
And you could feel it, and it probably coincided with some other sort of cultural, social things going on as well. But there was this sudden investment of hope with or belief and idealism in Barack Obama, which domestically he I don't know what your opinions are, but my opinion from one of the imperial provinces of the American Empire is he kind of didn't quite deliver domestically.
He did not.
So,
he did not. We have Donald Trump as president immediately after him. That should tell you.
Well, and then he never closed Guantanamo and all the rest of it. He killed a lot of people with drones, all the sort of things you can go through. But then, no one ever sort of really examined the fact that this progressive ideal of America wasn't what it was cracked up to be, because the successor was this, bizarro oligarch weirdo, Donald Trump, who everyone, like for a whole year or so, all the talk shows in Australia were sort of saying, "Oh, you gotta be kidding! This will never happen." And then it happened, and everyone's going, "How did that happen?"
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and the world really, went into this sort of shock phase, but part of that was then people said, all the good things. I guess all the good things about America sort of are still possible if Barack Obama or the spirit of Barack Obama comes back. But all the bad things about America, even though Barack Obama did some of them too, they were all sort of projected onto the figure of Donald Trump.
Right.
And like people would sort of here in Australia would just sort of talk, like water cooler type off, discussions of politics and Donald Trump, blah blah blah. Even though we've got nothing to do with it really, and then
Joe
people
Biden comes in.
somehow believe that it was Joe Biden was going to, bring America back again, and people have just constantly failed to face the fact that some of these aspects of the way in which America conducts itself in the world, the way it conducts its politics, the way it has this sort of bloated military empire and this utterly dysfunctional political system, and from my perspective, and like most of my 33 years in government was spent on social policy issues like education and health and drugs and all that sort of stuff.
We don't care about those things.
Yeah, well, America just has failed to develop what most people would consider a contemporary, modern, functional,
Government.
social state.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a proper education system. It doesn't have a proper police system. It doesn't have, its legal system is notorious for being, super litigious and, fragmented. Its health system, it has the worst health outcomes for the highest cost in the, wealthy world. I think it ranks somewhere like about 53 or 83 or something like that in the world in terms of healthy life expectancy, which given the wealth of America is, there's no more fundamental task for a government than to protect the health and safety of its people. And
Jeff,
America just doesn't
we
do it.
don't care about those things. Like I know an Australian audience or European audience may be shocked by this.
Yeah.
America doesn't care about that stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it's one thing to call yourself a shining city on a hill, but as you point out, governments are more than just military. And you spend $1 trillion on military. Most of the money that gets circulated go to the rich. The tax bill, for example, that Donald Trump is trying to pass now is like 40 points underwater, meaning, when they do a polling of it, 40 plus people are against it. Like if something, let's say 70% over versus 30%, the bill still may pass. And that bill guts the basic social services that America already has to give tax cuts to the rich. They're going after Medicaid, which is barely functional, cutting it by $1 trillion, and they're giving that money to the rich. Like that's what I mean when I say that they don't care about those things. There's a complete disconnect between the public versus the political space. And as that's gotten worse and worse over the years, the political spaces realize, oh, we can do whatever we want. Public's not going to get involved. And so they'll protest over immigration. But the fact that their healthcare system is being gutted, not the big deal. It's like you'll protest over that, but you're not going to protest over the fact your country is about to embroil us into a potential third world war.
Yeah, exactly.
This is our system.
And this is partly where the sort of regime change thing came in as well, because I have been observing, obviously a lot of the YouTube sort of, geopolitics media comes out of America, and just the size of the American audience means a lot of people, focus on American type issues. But, the whole Trump hoper phenomenon, the whole, Trump is a peace candidate, Trump's conducting a, new American revolution. Some of the, I can name names, but there are people who've just had these weirdo ideas. But then also on the other side, the sort of no oligarchy or fight oligarchy thing with Bernie Sanders and AOC. I was sort of like, oh, wow, America just became an oligarchy a couple of months ago. Are you kidding me? Right. And then this sort of no kings protests, which is like, oh, for God's sake, guys, like, there's not a country in the world that operates a hereditary. Well, I guess there are a couple of countries in the world in the Gulf states and stuff like that, but there's the major countries of the world do not operate hereditary monarchies anymore. The rest of the world has had a couple of centuries of political experience with various constitutional mechanisms to manage things. The alternative to, just because your current political system has become so dysfunctional that you've elected yet again a person who's going to be a servant of oligarchs, and let's face it, what was JFK? He was the son of an oligarch, wasn't he? So it's not exactly a new phenomenon in America. That the idea that this is an aberration from the American political system that is somehow rectified by returning to the founding fathers' original ideas. It's just, it's like, go and have a look at how other
Trump?
people around the world operate their political systems. There's a lot of flaws out there, but I kind of feel like, a lot of the American political commentators really ought to get out of this sort of bubble of exceptionalism, which operates, it's not just the rabid Christian nationalists who have these ideas. It's not just the globalists, the neoconservatives who have these ideas. It's just so embedded in the culture there, and
it is.
We get to see it all the time, but it's in this sort of weird way that we're the sort of colonial subjects who keep watching
right there. It's that part, because it's not like we're running with this exceptional argument on our own. I mean, I was in Canada, I think this was a couple of years ago, and we were listening to the news broadcasts, and the Canadians, because oftentimes I can't understand the language in another country. In Canada, you can understand the language. And Canada was effectively saying, expect something to the effect of, well, we need to see what America would do. And, if America is going to go along with it, we will go along with it. And I was like, we don't think that way. Like, meaning there is never a situation where America says to themselves, I wonder what would Canada do? That never occurs in our media broadcasts. It would never even come up. Like, it would be utterly bizarre for anybody in America as a broadcaster, podcaster, or anything else to think to themselves, what would Canada do? Or what would Europe do? We dictate. And so our expectation is if we tell Canada to do X, Canada does X. And the same thing is true for everywhere else around the world. From our point of view, if the American president says jump, it is Europe's responsibility, Australia included, to say how high. Now, I am always shocked by that, but I'm shocked by that because I live in America. So when I'm looking out the door, I'm like, why do those countries act that way? But that's kind of the point, right? Like the exceptionalist thing. It's not purely coming out of us. It's also coming in reaction to us. So the fact that Europe is willing to act that way, the fact that many of these other countries are willing to act that way, on some level tells us, it's almost like us looking in the mirror and say, hey, we are exceptional. I mean, give me a take on that. I mean, because there's a responsibility also to other countries.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think in a way this also comes back to that idea of like a networked empire, because it's a bit like the British Raj, okay? The British Raj in India, okay? It was, it governed through a pretty exploitative system where, like a huge proportion of the British Empire's military was actually, garrisoned or recruited from Indian soldiers.
Yeah.
And the poor Indian peasants basically paid for the privilege of being exploited by the British Empire through their pretty exploitative taxation system.
Yeah.
But there were, it's a big country, and there were a large number of the sort of elite groups who had interests also in serving the British Empire in various ways, who they worked with, and people were sort of loyal to, and it's sort of the country would fall apart if they weren't here, and all that sort of thing. And I think it's a bit similar with Europe and with Australia as well, that especially since 1991, when there was a plausible argument that the United States was the sole superpower, and there really was a liberal rules-based order and all that sort of thing. The only game in power, only game in town, if you were a politician or a defense official or a journalist as well. I mean, so many of the journalists in Australia go off and do a sort of, cruisy stint in Washington or whatever, and then come back and work as national security correspondents for Australia.
That's funny. That's funny.
So there's this sort of, it's almost, I don't quite believe in the sort of elite populist sort of views about things, but there is a sense in which there is a cohesive group, sociologically there's a kind of cohesive group of people who have an interest in serving the empire, let's say, who don't necessarily have an interest in their country operating differently, who do very well in that. And, there's a lot of benefits from the empire. We can all watch Netflix, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But when it comes to all the hard issues, they basically make decisions that serve the masters in Washington rather than anything else. And there's a great example of this in Australia just in the last couple of days, when our Prime Minister has been overseas at the G7 meeting, and the Defence Minister, a guy called Richard Marles, said to a major national conference that got splashed over the major national newspaper that Australia is all in for a US war against China. And it's sort of like, me, most of my friends, the people next to me who come from China, that sort of thing, we all go, what? We don't want a war with
That's
China.
outrageous. That's what I mean. That makes no sense for your own self-interest.
Yeah, but that's it. And then, people lock behind it. You say the same thing's going on with the Israel group. I mean, Israel issue at the moment, because Rupert Murdoch, who, you probably know of in America, the Murdoch family and all that sort of stuff, he's an Australian. He owns a large part of the media in Australia. And, that's the major national newspaper that promoted the idea that we wanted to go to war with China, and it's taken a very, very, an advocacy position on behalf of Israel through this entire thing. And so the actual control, the political control, I guess, of the media environment makes it very difficult. And then that makes it difficult for the politicians and the officials because, the sort of window of possibility seems to be very, very narrow in terms of what you can and cannot say. And people are, are not as courageous as we'd like them to be. People sort of do what's convenient rather than what's brave.
What's right.
But
tell me something. As a historian, some of your videos have been on the Soviet system.
Oh, yeah.
And I've had people who cover Russian politics and were part of the Soviet Union. And they bring up often that Trump, Joe Biden, the political figures that the United States is vomiting up, puts them in mind of the last days of the Soviet Union in regards to these kind of people who weren't seemingly in charge of their faculties. It was kind of a machine. The machine ran itself, not necessarily under leadership per se. It just seemed like it was careening to a dead end. I know Gorbachev is different, and I put him in a different space. Personally, I like Gorbachev. The Russians, I know, hate him. So that American divide is there with Gorbachev. I like him for specific reasons. But give me your take on that. I mean, do you think that's a fair representation? I mean, Donald Trump and Joe Biden was out of his mind. Donald Trump, the dumbest man in American political history, maybe with the exception of Truman, but not all that bright, knows nothing about the world. And honestly, the entire political system in the States know very little about the world. They just, this is what we want to do, so this is the direction we're going. And as you point out, not a social system. The government doesn't function. $36 trillion in debt. That money is going up to $50 trillion if Trump's budget passes. These things are not indicative of success. This is madness or like a cash grab. Give me your take on that.
Well, it does seem like like America has a relatively ancient political system, really, and an ancient political, like a party system as well. And I think that it's become, quite sclerotic. I mean, there were movies being made in the 80s and the 90s making, critiques of how fake and how bought and how incompetent, American politics was. And people have sort of forgotten all of that for some reason or other after the unipolar moment. But yeah, I do think there are some of those similarities. It's an astonishing thing, the number of extremely old people also in the United States, like Pelosi, the Mitch McConnell. I mean, these are people who are just kind of working beyond their real capacity, I think, aren't they? Joe Biden, I mean, it was demonstrably so, tragically and demonstrably so with Joe Biden. It may even be, John Helm has been speculating that might even start to be the case with Donald Trump in terms of his actual capacity to process the issues that he's actually having to process. So I think it is a really quite remarkable thing about the United States that there is this sort of gerontocracy, which is a similarity with the Soviet Union. But I think the other thing that people like Emmanuel Todd refer to is just a kind of a collapse of belief in the system as well. It's just this, there's not really a guiding ethos about what people are doing in their roles. They're just, trying to succeed.
By the way, I'm fascinated by that concept because there are two ways to think about it. I don't know if you've read Dune, Frank Herbert. He makes, and I know the audience is probably sick of me saying, why does he keep bringing up Frank Herbert? Because he is a political historian of sorts. And the stuff that he puts in those books hits at that. In God and Perdue, he was having this conversation with, I can't think of his name, but he pointed out, he says, any political system needs a religion. And his point was, you need a guiding principle, something that orients people around a concept of why you are doing whatever you're doing. Basically, I'm paraphrasing it, but this idea of, if you're, for example, if you're in the Soviet Union, you're a communist. Okay, well, you have something that you're going towards. We want to get to this communistic system, utopia, et cetera. We want to work towards it. So everybody and the things that they're doing, even in a minor amount, is working towards that goal. Whether it's conceivable or not is secondary, to the point that at the very least, there's a state religion that they're effectively working towards. You maybe be able to say that about capitalism, but capitalism is very individualistic. So it's, what can I get out of this? What is in my best interest? How can I make more? Okay, that's not really something that's consistent with the notion of maintaining a state. If everybody was, let's say, Christians, and they had some kind of state behind it, okay, then maybe you could say everybody's oriented around a certain faith that just so happens to be consistent with the government. But even that, I don't think would work per se. I get the sense you need to work towards something. And one last thing, The Expanse is another really good example. Look, so in the novel, you had, let's say, people on Mars thinking people on Earth were lazy. Like they were like, you guys just sit around, collect welfare. You don't have any goals in life. You don't have any purpose. Whereas Mars was purpose built. We are building a society. We're building a civilization. Mars is going to be this new technological jewel of the cosmos. Like, they had a very specific objective of what they wanted to accomplish, and everybody understood what they were trying to accomplish. That's not really true in America. It's you might have had this revolution fervor when it first started, but we're hundreds of years out from that. These guys aren't functioning under that model. Is that what Todd is trying to hit at?
Yeah, it is. I mean, he talks about the decline of religious belief, not from the point of view of someone who believes in the religion and is, mourning the fact that people don't follow the faith anymore, kind of thing. But more in the sense of it provides a kind of
orienting
a collective ethos and orientation, something beyond just the narrow social group that you're in, that will sort of guide you to make decisions that are in the collective interest. And his analysis is that across Western societies, that has progressively declined from the sort of early, genuine belief in religion, like if it's, let's say up to, maybe 1950s or something like that, where religious belief was quite ubiquitous, to what he calls the zombie state, where people are they don't really believe anymore, but somehow the practices of the religion, the habits of mind, the sort of moral behavior that's associated with that religion still sort of attaches, still orients people.
Lingers.
Yeah. And then there's the zero state, which he describes as being now, where basically there's no guiding ethos for people, especially no guiding ethos for political elites. And so what people respond to is just, and this is where he talks about like the Washington gang. Which is, all those people in all the think tanks and who sort of circle in and out of the State Department or whatever, political advisory roles or journalism, and they're all sort of making these careers in, devising disastrous foreign policies for the rest of the world. And it's the sort of social world that sort of defines their sort of outlook, rather than them having a strong, I guess, moral purpose, let's say, or political purpose, some sort of collective goal that they're sort of moving towards.
I know, but
I think he says it's like Europe and really Australia is in a similar boat. And he also relates it to the peculiar individualism, particularly in the United States, that's also related to sort of family structures, whereas China, Russia, to some degree Germany, certainly South Asia, those sort of places have more kind of collective family structures, and that just sort of builds in a sort of a daily ethic into the way in which people act.
I get that. But even as we in the United States were holding people in cages as slaves, we still called ourselves religious.
Yeah.
And even as they were, shooting people and hanging people, we still considered ourselves religious.
Yeah.
And, even the kill squads in South America, they still call themselves religious. I mean, is that stuff is just, is it a facade? Like, meaning, is it just, this is the way we, like, for example, during television has changed. I don't know how it is in Australia, but there used to be shows like Leave It to Beaver, Andy Griffin, the Brady Bunch, and it was this very shallow, glossy take of America. Like Andy Griffin was just a great cop who cared about his community. You had the drunk who would just come to the jail cell and he would just stay there overnight and Andy Griffin would let him go. You had Barney Fife. And you look at that and it's like, okay, that's funny. That's comical. And it's like this very sweetheart, sugary view of small town America. But that's not really our shows today. But I guess my point is that's the way we saw ourselves. Is it the way we saw ourselves in our own self-conception as opposed to the actual reality? Whereas today you get more of a realistic view of, okay, what is life like in America in real terms? Like I guess what I'm asking is he seeing the glossy as opposed to the reality of it? And whereas now the reality of it is becoming clearer.
No, I mean, that's a good point. It's a good point. I don't, he's not arguing that, life was better when people were religious. Okay. He's totally saying that religions, also caused a lot of misery in the world as well. And he is himself not a religious believer in any way. He's just saying that there's a sociological or social historical side effect almost of the disappearance of religion that we're sort of dealing with, and this is where he describes it as nihilism, and he actually compares it to like Germany in the 1930s, which might shock many people in America, but his point is that, and he does it. Like I've done a few videos on Emmanuel Todd on the channel.
You've done fantastic videos on Emmanuel Todd, by the way, just pointing out.
And a few people comment, "Oh, he's just some, French wanker or something like that." But he's, I probably shouldn't say that on YouTube, should I?
You can say it. You're perfectly fine. I curse all the time. You're fair game. We're not.
But he's actually, he was educated at English. He speaks fluent English. He's got a lot of cultural affiliation and family affiliation with Anglo-American culture. And he writes in his book, Defeat of the West, that he had to come up with some sort of explanation for this problem everyone around the world is wrestling with to some degree, that America has fallen from being what we thought it was, a force for good in the world, to becoming a force for evil in the world. And that's why he says he comes up with this idea of nihilism, that there is no kind of restraints on the destructive urges and of humans in American culture, and that it's the society of mass shootings. Everyone around the world.
He's saying he's missing something obvious. And and I don't mean, look, obviously the man is statistician and everything else. So pardon for me from pointing out something obvious.
Yeah.
When we were in the Second World War, even though the Soviets effectively, like 80 to 90% of the Nazis that were killed on the Eastern Front. What we told ourselves is we won. God damn it was American power. We did that. We were awesome. We destroyed the Nazi regime. And that
Dropped
is
an
what we
atomic
told
bomb on
ourselves.
Japan.
Yeah, this goes into the myth of exceptionalism, right?
Yeah.
We follow that up with this idea that where we were on the good side, this was a good war. We were the good guys. And if you keep telling yourself you're the good guys, you can justify some of anything. Like, especially if you're going up against, let's say, the Soviet Union, and you're defining them as that is an evil empire, and we're fighting the evil empire. So if we need to bring over Nazis in order to build a space program, then damn it, that's what we need to do because we're the good guys. And the CIA, that was their ethos, right? Yeah, we may do horrible things. We may kill people. We may set up revolutions. We may do all that stuff. We have Operation Gladio in Europe. Sure, a lot of people are going to get killed, but we're the good guys. If you keep telling yourself that and you consistently justify pretty much anything that you do under that model, that doesn't just stop there. Like it's not like it freezes. Everything else expands. I would like to add into this a capitalistic system where, in the mindset of the individuals, I need to maximize profit. It doesn't matter how you get rich. The fact that you were rich is all that matters. And you can look at the way the political system responds to it. You can look at the cash grabs that take place in our political system. I mean, for fuck's sake, the notion that we live 10 years less than Europe, 10 years less. And their response is, we need to take $1 trillion out of Medicare and argue what there's waste, fraud, and abuse of Medicare. So we need to just get rid of $10 trillion. Hey, what are you going to do with that? We're going to give it to the rich. That is our system. But that didn't happen overnight.
And what's more, you're going to lecture Europe about spending more on defense.
Yes.
Stop being these sort of lazy people who actually have a functional healthcare system and a social welfare system.
That is precisely my point. Like, if you are looking at something and you're looking for something obvious, what is the ethos of a capitalistic system, a radical capitalistic system that tries to find ways of, we're going to have a minimum wage that's $7. There's nobody that can rent anywhere for $7 an hour. You just have hundreds of thousands of people living on the street that we don't care about. Like, meaning that is our ethos. That is something that is built into the bricks of our system because we consider ourselves radical capitalists running up against a Soviet Union that were supposed to be communists. And in our minds, if we need to support fascists in South America, if we need to support fascists in Ukraine, because these are the groups that push back against a communist or socialist system, then that is the good thing to do. That has effects. And I know he's trying to find something deeper into it. There may be something deeper into it, but what is the effect of a system like that over the course of hundreds of years when it digs into a society? I mean, digs into it, where all of us have to function this way. And all of us know we may not have money to pay for our grandparents. We may not have money to pay for ourselves. That is something that bites and has effects, especially in a political space where they just consider that to be normal. It gets worse, it evolves. Like, give me and this can be the last thing because I've kept you too long, but give me a take on it.
Take on that sort of last point there about
because he's thinking of it as if it's a family issue, and I'm thinking of it as a societal issue. Like,
I think he would agree with you. Absolutely. Okay. I mean, I think he would agree with you about that. It's just that his big speciality is family systems and all that sort of stuff. So he does say that. I mean, and I think in principle, I think it's a pretty unarguable proposition that the way we're brought up in sort of family structures does have a fundamental impact on the way we think and act and behave. That we can find actually hard to surface to ourselves consciously. But there are certainly other things, the remorseless, the sort of fictional, finance, insurance, real estate industry type economy in the United States, the deindustrialization. He talks a lot about that. He talks about the deficiencies of the education system, the fact that Russia, produces more engineers than the United States, even though The United States is, more than double the population, and most of the engineers that are produced in the United States are, overseas students from, China, India,
yeah,
etc. East Asia,
that we're kicking out, by the way.
Soviet Union.
So we're not even letting them back into the country.
So it's really true. And the other thing I'd say is just that the thing about that belief in exceptionism, it also sort of blinds people to opportunities. So I did an interview on my show with the one of the world's top historians of the Soviet Union, a woman called Sheila Fitzpatrick, who's an Australian.
Great. Yeah,
absolutely fabulous. So your viewers, if you're interested in that, should absolutely check it out. She's really just written this book about the death of Stalin. And one of the points she makes is, we have this perception of, the totalitarian system. They're all a bunch of dummies. They had no idea what they're doing. But what she says is, Stalin dies, and his top leadership team, who perhaps cleverly, concealed their better ideas from Stalin to survive all those years, after his death, very quickly implement all these quite significant reforms. And what's more, they sort of say to the United States, we don't really want to fight a Cold War.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, blames one of the other guys that's around Stalin who was going to take power as being responsible for what Stalin was doing to get that guy locked up. Yeah, I was fascinated by the interview.
And Eisenhower, who was the US president at the time, this is the story she tells in the interview, convened a group to say, should we, improve relations with the Soviet Union? But the hardline Secretary of State at the time said, no, they're evil communists and we should not do anything. And there were similar stories throughout the Cold War as well. And, you just can't help but feel that
missed opportunities.
There's been that kind of thing happening over the last few years. People, even in these, I'd love to be a fly on the wall of one of these Trump Putin phone calls, because you watch Putin and do his 3-hour press conferences and you think, how would he manage Donald Trump with the attention span of a flea?
Yeah.
And but you must wonder how many times he sort of tried to give hints or said, maybe we could do this a little bit differently, and just the machine behind the president, as well as the limited belief systems of the president. I think it was a particularly bad problem under Joe Biden, just sort of shut out any possibility of, conducting it differently, or conducting things differently with China. China's done the same sort of thing. I think under Obama, there was a meeting that's been reported by diplomats that Xi said to Obama fairly early in Xi's presidency, why don't we agree not to militarize the South China Sea? And
we don't
Obama
think that
said,
way.
Nope.
We don't think that way. Look, I live here. We don't think that way. I know, it is sometimes hard for other countries to get it. We do not think that. From our point of view, we have an advantage, and we can maximize our advantage, and so we do so. And this is the kind of the John Bolton view of the world. If I can put a gun in space and you can't, then I'm putting a gun in space. That's an advantage. Why am I going to make a deal with you about something that I have an advantage in? And so from our point of view, we need to dominate land, air, space, and water. And if that means military buildup, then that means military buildup. That seems insane to me, because at a certain point, you're going to reach this balance of, okay, where everybody just dies. Meaning the moment that you get to 100, it doesn't really matter if it's 105 and you have 108, everybody dies. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's the way they think. And I guess this takes us back to where we began. this notion of there needs to be a regime change
Yeah.
in the U.S. and not just the president, like the entire ruling order.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that happens short of a fundamental collapse of empire, which is why I'm rooting for the collapse of empire, because I think we need to get back to basics of giving a shit about our own country, as opposed to this nonsense that they're doing.
Absolutely.
Jeff, last word on this.
Oh, look, absolutely. And, I think I wrote a piece a couple of years ago where I said, in a way, the rest of the world needs to defeat America without humiliating America, but defeat shouldn't be interpreted as the destruction of America, because if America lets go of this ridiculous, unsustainable global empire, military empire, it releases so much creativity and opportunity and resources and just space for people to act differently, and for America to actually, genuinely reconnect with some of the better aspects of its society and culture, and just let go of this sort of global
Still a
empire
game of
that's
risk.
dominated the country since 1945.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. It's we don't have high-speed rail. We don't have a functional healthcare system. We don't have things to take care of people when they get old. We don't have, you can go down the list. The minimum wage is well below what it needs to be. The buildings, the subways, all of those things are trash. And yet we're 36 trillion in debt. And you think to yourself, whoa, what could we have done with that money? That's so much money.
Yeah.
And instead, we pissed it away on wars. Like 10 trillion in Iraq alone, or Afghanistan. Like it's outrageous. And you would think that people would be willing to burn the White House down when they really grasp their head around how much money did we spend and what did we spend it on? And it doesn't work that way. Absolutely. Jeff, man, I always enjoy these conversations. I love the way your brain works. I love your channel. I've watched your channel more and more. I find myself watching that channel more and more. Jeff Fritz, he's an author, historian, podcaster who worked for 33 years in government. Now retired. He currently lives in Melbourne, Australia. I'll go back to my American accent. Melbourne, Australia. Jeff has spent a lifetime in studying history and how knowledge of historical currents can help give context to a changing world. You can find Jeff on YouTube at The Burning Archive. You can find him on his Substack at jeffrich.substack.com. It is a great channel. Definitely, Jeff. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for this. You have a good one, okay?
You too. Ciao.
Oh, I cut him off early. I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to cut you off early. I always enjoy conversations with Jeff. I really do. I like his brain. I like the way his mind works. Let's go to chats first before I get to my next thing. Yes, I'm cramping. I'm sorry. This was a challenging day. Flying Boar. Does the U.S. and Israel control Iranian airspace? Yes, kind of. I'm going to say yes. But the same is also true on Israeli airspace. What it looks like is taking place is that air defense is either running out or is insufficient to deal with, it's not like a shield on Star Trek Enterprise. It's like it's not there to eliminate everything. It's there to eliminate most things. And so what you would see is airplanes flying over Tehran, maybe hitting stuff. Or, see, I don't even know if it's airplanes. They are drones inside Tehran, meaning groups like the Mossad and whatnot that have been working with groups that are inside Israel, that inside Iran itself, that are firing off drones. And those drones would hit certain targets. And then they would be like, hey, we've had an air attack on so-and-so. Okay, was it really an air attack, or was it something that was taking place internally to Israel? I'm sorry, internally to Iran. Many of these things are taking place internally to Iran. Now, the ability for them to do that diminishes the more Mossad agents get caught. And there are video after video of Mossad agents getting caught underground warehouses, trucks full of drones, and all of these other things that are getting caught. For some reason, Iran is like Swiss cheese. And so these groups are all throughout Iran, even though Iran is catching them. So it's hard to know, like, what is external versus entirely what is internal, if that makes sense, especially in the fog of war. I'm going to assume, however, that Israel can launch sorties. I've seen their airplanes. I've seen them getting refueled and all of those things. So I'm assuming that the US and Israel have the ability to hit targets in Iran. And there have been targets that are hit. The hospital that they bombed, all of these things are targets inside of Iran that effectively were hit. The TV station, targets that are hit. There are talk about them hitting a nuclear reactor and those type of things. We will see. Conversely, and I think more astonishing, especially for Israel, is the fact that they don't have control of their skies. It's one thing to say that Israel has used air power, kind of like in a way that the United States uses air power to dominate other countries. It is another thing for Israel itself to be mastered in the way that they're being mastered, where they don't have control of their skies, where their air defense is lame and not up to the task of effectively stopping a bombardment of Iranian missiles. Also, let's be clear on something. It seems that Iran's strategy is becoming a little bit more clarified. They're hitting financial districts. They're hitting military installations, Mossad headquarters. They ended up hitting a hospital today, but they weren't really aiming for the hospital. It's just so happened that Israel used human shields in the most literal sense of the term. They seem to be decapitating aspects of state in order for the state to function, attacking gas stations, energy power plants. And so you have all of these Israelis at a gas station not being able to get fuel, psychological warfare where they don't know when the bombs are going to fall. And so air raids will go even though bombs don't drop. And then Israel will be like, hey, they're running out of missiles. And then you have a massive missile barrage showing they're not running out of missiles. This is a masterclass on some level. Now, the catch becomes, okay, A, how long can you keep this up? B, even though you've been able to dominate Israel, Israel is a tiny yapper dog of a country that will be nothing without US support and US help. And at the point where the United States comes into the conflict, the question looms, then what? Which I'm fascinated by the question. The US can be militarily defeated, frankly. I don't believe Iran is doing this without a plan. I do believe on some level they have something up their sleeve. I just don't know what that something is. We will see. And this slow, continuous throttling that is taking place day after day after day, almost as if Israel is under bombardment, is pretty astonishing. This is not a population that is used to this. This is a population that is used to murdering kids, shooting women in the back, starving people to death. You know, you could do that with a certain cynical distance and feel great about yourself as you do it. It's different to be in war with a proper military where a man, can punch you in anger, just like you could punch somebody else. Well, if that man can punch you back in anger, I forget where that was. It was like, have you ever been hit in the face by an angry man? Israel is figuring that out in that sense of what does it look like when an angry man punches you in the face over and over and over again in a war that you started. So the answer to your question is, I'm going to say yes, tentatively, because I don't know that as a flat fact. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say that, yes, they can probably fly through Iranian skies. Air defense still works. Air defense still exists. I would imagine that China is going to be giving them all the air defense that they can give them what they need. But that doesn't mean that air defense is perfect. So Israel can hit some of these targets. But again, some of these targets are being hit internally by drones, and Israel is claiming that they were firing them outside. I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to give an honest take on it. Thank you for your honest reporting. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Daniela Motos Cutter, thank you for that. Carry On Arnold, super sticker. Thank you, Carry On. Sparky, is Iran beating Israel like a red-headed stepchild who owes the money? Man, I have to think to myself that this is a pent-up rage that has just been there for a very long time, that was corked, that for various reasons they weren't allowed to uncork. And when Israel attacked them, all right, it's time for a man to go to work. That's the way I took it. I don't get the sense they want to stop. I don't get the sense they are going to stop. I don't get the sense that they're going to negotiate. They've already said we're not negotiating with Israel. Okay, so if you're not negotiating with Israel, well, what does it mean? Right? You're in a war with them. And you're saying flat out, there are no negotiations in this. Okay. That means somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. When the US gets into the war, okay, are you even going to negotiate with the US considering they're lying sacks of shit? That's a question too, right? Argachi did not go to Oman, as was reported. I think I said immediately when that was reported that I didn't believe it. I thought it was nonsense. Iran seems to be in the mindset that they're going to see it through. And by see it through, it seems that for as long as the US stays out of it, they are going to decapitate the aspects of state that allow that state to function. So, hey, how are you going to work with no energy production, right? How are you guys going to function with no oil, right? How are you going to function without your, institute existing? How are you going to function without your financial district? How much money did you lose when we blew up your financial district? It's that day after day after day. Personally, I am waiting for them to hit the nuclear plant, especially if Israel turns around and hits their nuclear facility. So we will see how this goes, but Iran seems to have a very specific plan of decapitating state, whereas Israel is bombing, TV stations and hospitals and all of this stuff that is just to kill civilians and incite terror. Iran is hitting aspects that allow the state to function. And, there's a reason that Netanyahu has made the choice of saying, okay, we're going to stop Israelis from leaving. Because what he knows is that if 3 million Israelis hop on a plane and leave, Israel dies. He knows it. He knows it. I want to go to my guests real quick. We have one more. Jabari bin Gavir made a revealing statement when he questioned by Israelis, why didn't you realize the power of Iranian missiles? I saw that. I did see that. I also saw Netanyahu in the Knesset being strongly pushed and strongly criticized, effectively saying, you have humiliated us in front of the world. And he's given some excuse about why they couldn't effectively defend Israel. He has somehow, look, and yes, they hit an IDF command post. You can feel good about yourself shooting kids in the back who are throwing rocks, going after militias, going after countries where the military doesn't fight back, and you have effectively a local militia that is fighting you back, like in Hezbollah or resistance group of Hamas. You can feel pretty strong about yourself when you're bombing civilian areas. Oh, look how great we are. We're inhaling the fumes of babies, and this is making us feel, like Superman. We're God's chosen and all this other nonsense. And then you fight a real man. You fight a real man. You fight a real country with a real proper military that has the capacity to decimate you. And you are living in your bomb shelters. And you're looking up, seeing drones over sky. And you're seeing missiles hitting your locations. And you're seeing Haifa up in smoke. And you're thinking to yourself, how the fuck did this happen? I want them to meditate on that while they're in their bunkers. I want them to ask their political leaders that, how did this happen? Why is our financial district up in flames? Why is this hospital being bombed? Why is our school being destroyed? I want them to sit there and meditate on that as they sit in those bomb shelters for 24 hours a day, not knowing when the next bomb is going to hit. I want to bring in my guests. And the IDF using hospitals, the IDF command says, yes, the IDF has a hospital under or a hospital over one of their command centers. So when Iran didn't hit that hospital intentionally, they hit a building, a military building that was nearby the hospital that had blowback to the hospital. But yes, the IDF has a hospital below a command center, so I don't care if they hit the hospital. Dan Kovalik, my man.
Hello.
How you? I am. You have found me at my most bloodthirsty. So be warned. Be warned. Dan Kovalik is an American human rights, labor rights lawyer, political activist. He has previously taught international human rights at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law. Dan, I have to tell you, many of the people that have come on this channel has had a pep in their step. And, like when Obama was elected, black folks was walking down the street feeling really good about themselves. Whew, there's a black man in the White House. Kind of like that. And I know this is, a bit of schadenfreude, but seeing Tel Aviv look like Gaza has been a rewarding experience for many people who come on the show. That is dark. And I know my mom cringes. Oh, she's probably here today. She's probably cringing with me saying that. But, in my defense, and I don't really need a defense for it, but I'll say it in those terms. We have watched people be starved. We've watched people get shot for food. I mean, God's like, look at some of these images that were coming out, and Israel is still doing it. They have not stopped murdering people. They've murdered like 500 people over the course of the last few days. And you can go down the list for these images. These are people just trying to get food, dodging bullets. That's a child, by the way. He just wants food. And you can go down the list over and over. Here's another one. This one, because I do want to set the context. Listen to the woman as Israel bombards Gaza. So,
Yeah, no,
if I
it
am,
looks like something out of Mad Max or
it
something. I
does.
mean, it's a hellscape. No, and yeah, that Israel has the wherewithal to keep murdering women and children in Gaza, even as Israel is collapsing, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's the incredible part here, right?
Yep.
Their bloodlust is insatiable, right?
Unquenchable. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I want to say one thing just
Ooh,
before
sorry.
we get to that, to build upon something you were said right before I got on. You were talking about
Please.
how Netanyahu is not allowing Israelis to leave the country.
Yes.
Apparently, I read that apparently Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I believe Netanyahu directly had a shouting match
They did.
because a lot of the Israelis he are not letting leave are Americans. And Huckabee's like, why aren't you letting our people go? To quote Moses. So he's using them as human shields. Let's be
He's
very
trying
clear.
to. He's trying
Israel,
to. Yeah.
as we say all the time, all of Israel's, claims
It's a
about
confession.
others are confessions, and
Yep.
so that is what they're doing. They're using people. And the Mossad building that was hit, that was built in a residential suburb. Again, they use their own people as human shields. So anyway, but yeah, no, okay. So then going back to, I guess, to the first thing you were really asking me about, people's feelings about what's happening in Israel. I can only say that, he who lives by the sword will die by the sword. You cannot attack all of your neighbors all the time and expect to be immune from
Yeah.
retaliation. And frankly, Iran over the years has shown so much restraint, right? They get attacked all the time. They have their nuclear scientists murdered by Mossad. They have guests murdered in their own, home, like the Hamas negotiator who was killed in Tehran when he was there for the inauguration of the president. And
Mhm.
Iran rarely responds at all, and when they have, it's been very calculated not to cause much damage at all, and not to wound or kill people. So finally, Iran's long patience has come to an end,
Yep.
and what I hope, what I pray is that this will lead to the liberation of the Palestinian people, that this will somehow lead to the end of the carnage in Gaza, which I do think that's a big part of Iran's intentions here. It's not just to defend itself.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for an opportunity to intervene directly to defend the Palestinian people. So, this changes everything. Iran, since the Islamic, revolution of 1979, they've had, a unique position in the Middle East. And a lot of countries have not liked them, in part because they're a Shia, whereas the majority are Sunni
Mhm.
in the region. Uh, but there's no doubt now that Iran is now the preeminent nation in that region. Every nation must bow in respect to what Iran is doing, because no
Yeah.
other country, aside from Yemen and aside from Hezbollah and Lebanon, have done a darn thing for the Palestinian people.
The dignity, and there's this line in Three Body where it says representing the dignity of earth or something like that, power and dignity of earth. It's that for the Muslim world. I mean, all of these countries just stood by while Israel went on this murder spree. And you get Iran that, as you point out, finally gets the opportunity to cut loose because they were attacked. And Israel wasn't ready. I just don't think they were ready for this. I mean, look at this.
Well, we know this. There was a video of a street argument between
Ben Gvir.
Ben Gvir and I think a citizen, is someone who came up to him and said, why did you do this? Why did you attack Iran? Look at what's happening to us. And he said, we didn't know they had this capability.
Yep.
And
Ain't that
an
amazing?
admission. What an admission. It's like, well, shame on you then, because that's your job to know what their capability is.
We thought we were just going to bomb them and they were just going to take it. Who knew that they were going to fight back?
Yeah. Because, they're used to Iran not fighting back. That's the thing. I mean, it's an incredible thing that for years Iran has not fought back. I mean, is vilified, the West vilifies Iran, but what have they ever done to anyone?
I know. It's like we're so accustomed to shooting people with impunity that, oh my God, these people fought back and we weren't ready. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these pictures are astonishing.
But you know what? That is the view of the West, and in particular Israel and the United States. Their view is they have a right to self-defense and no one else does.
Yep.
Right. And this goes back all the way to the founding of the United States and George Washington, who said, I don't have the exact quote, but something to the effect, he ordered that if the Native Americans resisted, being displaced and even being attacked, that they should be punished for that. They should be punished for their very resistance, and that is the position of settler colonialists.
Yep.
That they can do as they wish and others must endure it. And to see Iran fighting back is something. It's something we've never seen.
It shocks them. It shocked the conscience. I mean, they just seem ill prepared. And what's wild about this too, they don't have, Iran is not just breaking the body, they're breaking the mind. Like all of these racist, hateful rhetoric, the way that they've treated Arabs or they treated Muslims over these years. Oh, they're stupid, they're incompetent, we're the chosen people, we're exceptional, we're all of this stuff. And we have the right, the license to do whatever we want in the region. And you have a Muslim country that is stomping a mud hole in them. And they are in bomb shelters constantly. They don't know when the bombs are falling. Sometimes they do fall, sometimes they don't, but they still have to be in a bomb shelter, not knowing. It's almost as if Iran is putting them to a similar process that they put Palestinians through, where you never know when a bomb is going to hit. They say, hey, this is a safe zone, and yet the area gets bombed. Here's an area where you can go for safety in a hospital, and the area gets bombed. They don't know when the bombs are falling. They do know that they have no capacity to stop them. Iran hasn't even really been using the most high-tech stuff. Israel has been blocking showing the footage and has criminalized it at this point because of how bad the damage is in these various areas. Haifa is on fire. The energy production is on fire. These guys are fighting at gas stations because they no longer have fuel just for basic things. And again, as I keep pointing out, I hope they look at their government and say, why did you do this? I don't think they are. I suspect they aren't. I suspect it's going to be like the Nazis and the Germans who were like, oh my God, why are the Soviets invading us? We were just nice people not doing anything, just sitting here. I will wager to you, a lot of those people in the bomb shelters thinking just that. In fact, there was a video of this woman wailing, just crying. And my thing is like, dude, you guys are still carrying out massacres. Why are you crying right now? Like, this is not a situation where, you've stopped killing people. You are still using the organs of state to go out and kill hundreds of people every day. In fact, I'll go further. It's almost as if they're killing more people as a result of this, meaning
No, they
out of
will.
anger.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what the Nazis did.
Yeah.
The final solution, the Holocaust, accelerated as they were losing.
Yep.
That's exactly what you're going to see, and that is the awful tragedy here. Again, who pays the price for everything? The Palestinians. And you will see an acceleration of the final solution against them. And again, a guy like Netanyahu, even if he said last week, he said something very ominous. I'm sure you've already quoted this on your show. He said, if Israel falls, he said, and it won't, but if Israel falls, many other, I believe he said, countries will go down with us,
Yeah.
He is willing to sacrifice his entire nation in order to inflict suffering on many others. I mean, this is a sick man. This is a sick society that is so indoctrinated, so blind morally and blind to reality that, that's what makes Israel so dangerous, and that they have nuclear weapons to back
Oh,
up that
that's even,
insanity
yeah. Yeah.
is the worst thing. And that's why John F. Kennedy tried to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons, and that's why he got killed,
Yep.
So look, I mean, we're not out of the woods. The world isn't out of the woods.
It's not.
But what I would say, and I am very anti-war, and but I would say that what is happening now in the conflict between Iran and Israel is a conflict that had to happen. I mean, it could not go on this way. It could not go on with Israel being able to continue to murder women and children in Gaza with no repercussions.
With impunity.
Yeah.
Pure impunity, right? And honestly, I strongly suspect, and from my point of view, the monster was always at Iran's door. That monster was coming through the mountainside, and Iran could see it. They were taking down one government. We're going to go into Lebanon. We're going to go into Syria. We're going to take down the West Bank. We're going to murder all of these Palestinians. Iran had to know they were next. And so they had nowhere else to go. They had to fight. It is impossible for them to allow Israel to hit them without overwhelming reprisal for it. In fact, I thought they should have turned the glass the first time around. The question, I think, is the U.S. Give me a take on it, because I think that this is, whether Iran wins or loses, ultimately the ultimate fight with the U.S., because that fight is coming, that is going to be a pivotal point for empire. Because I think empire is throwing its chips on the table in Iran in a similar way that it did in Ukraine. They lost in Ukraine. They pulled the chips back somewhat and said, okay, now we're going to throw it down in Iran because we think that we can damage Iran. And if we can take down Iran, we can also damage Russia and China in the process of damaging Iran. Basically, we're going after this notion of multipolarity. We're going to go for the heart of it. Give me your take on that. How do you see that? Do you think that's accurate? And what do you think is coming up with the U.S. effectively looming in the background, waiting to come into the conflict?
Well, I think the U.S. government is divided on this. I think that you can see that with Trump's responses to questions about it, the hesitation that he has to even say what he intends to do. I think he doesn't know what he wants to do, because I think that, he's been told by various advisors that this is going to be, if he gets involved in Iran directly, we're already involved there, knee deep, right? We're giving intelligence to Israel to help them bomb Iran. We're helping intercept missiles from Iran. We're involved, right? But he's been told, if the U.S. gets involved more directly, that one, it will be a war that will be prolonged, that the U.S. will have a lot of casualties, and that it will destroy the economy, right? I mean, so he's got a very, for him, I'm sure there's huge pressure to get involved directly. He is owned, I think, by Israel, and but he also knows that his presidency will be destroyed if he gets involved in Iran, because the one thing he promised, which was to improve the economy, get oil prices down, get inflation down, that is out the window, right? All of a sudden, oil shoots through the roof, and with it, inflation shoots through the roof, and with it, the economy crashes. His presidency's over. I mean, it's close to over anyway. I mean, he has so betrayed his base already. This would be the coup de grace. And he's what? He's barely into his term. I mean,
Barely.
yeah. So
Barely.
you're seeing the madness of King George at this point. I think he's probably running around the White House screaming.
It's a madness of King George. One thing I disagree with you about on this one, I think this is America's war. I don't think this is Israel going rogue. I don't buy the premise. In fact, some of the comments that Donald Trump has been making since makes it clear. Like, we told that, if you remember in the very beginning, where all of the stuff started, Trump was crowing. Oh, we told them they had 2 months. They were dragging it out, and we can make a deal and all this other nonsense. And then 48 hours later, when Iran started responding, started pounding the hell out of Tehran, Tel Aviv, and out of Haifa, then it became, well, we didn't have anything to do with it. Don't attack our ships. Blah blah blah. Meaning his tune changed, and even now, all of the reporting and all of the press makes it very clear. Trump knew about it. Trump gave the green light for it, which is obvious, right? Israel, the very air it breathes come out the ass of the United States president. And so the notion that they were going to do something outside of the U.S. eyesight is nonsense. Trump lulled them into a false sense of security, which is, again, shocking to me. I don't know why Iran would have trusted anything coming out of the U.S. on this after pulling out of the JCPOA, after all of the betrayals for the deals for Gaza, after destroying the Minsk agreements, meaning the U.S. is not a trustworthy actor on this stuff. Lulling people into a false sense of security, then attacking is just kind of modus operandi. And so, I think either one or two things is true. Either he thought he was told Israel can handle it. We won't have to get involved.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree this is the U.S.'s war, but it's its proxy war. It wanted Israel to do the dirty work. I think
Yes.
that, I don't think the U.S. I think Trump thought Israel could handle it very quickly, and it would be done, and he could have his cake and eat it too. He could tell everyone, the U.S. didn't get involved, and Israel won anyway. Now he's stuck.
Yep.
Because they can't handle it. I don't think he wanted to get directly and very obviously involved. But I agree with you. It's the U.S.'s war, but it's their proxy war. Let's face it. The U.S. never wants to fight. It's it always wants to use proxies to do it for it. Just like it's not fighting Russia right now. It's using Ukraine to fight Russia,
Yep.
right? So now Trump is trapped.
Yep.
It is not working out the way he wanted it to. So we'll see what happens. I think Israel's collapsing as far as I can tell. Now, of course, it's interesting. I mean, of course, I tend to, watch the shows and stuff that would generally say, oh, Iran's winning and all. But I happened to run across a show yesterday. Some guy, he very staunch pro-Shah guy in London.
Those people still exist.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
those people still exist.
The son of the Shah is waiting in the wings to take over. He's now emerged. He was given a softball interview by Bloomberg. Like this is Back to the Future, my friend.
They will string him up in Iran.
So
they will string him up.
But this guy who I didn't even know who he was, but he popped up on my YouTube feed, and he's predicting Iran is an imminent collapse, and I don't believe that. But the
I
point
don't
is,
buy it.
we don't know for sure all the dynamics that are happening in either country, but it does appear to me, the thing with Israel is that they've bitten off more than they can chew, and at a time when it's not a good time to do that, they've already been fighting for over 600 days, right? They
Yep.
had to fight Hezbollah in Yemen, and they did get a couple attacks by Iran, and of course they've been fighting, some ground fighting against Hamas. So they've been ground down for over 600 days. Their economy's in terrible shape. They are diplomatically and politically isolated. So this is not great timing. Like if they were going to attack Iran, they should have done it, when they were at their strongest. Instead, they're doing it when they're at their weakest. Like this is madness what they've done. They have brought hell upon themselves at a time when they are really not capable of dealing with it.
Worst
So
timing ever, right? I mean, God, man, you make such a good point. They have been fighting for 600 days. And, Laith Baruch, when he was on the show, he, again, crowing. Like, there are a lot of people, like I remember Dimitri crowing. And it's not so much that all of these people are anti-war. I don't know about Laith. Laith, he lives in a complicated neighborhood, and that creates a certain point of view of the world. But living in Canada or the US, these people are anti-war. These people don't like war. I'm not a war guy. I'm pragmatic. And I understand that who I am is directly related to my environment. And in this very specific situation, that dog needs to be put down. That dog has been killing people for 600 days, going into country after country with impunity and killing people, burning kids alive, blowing up hospitals with impunity, with everybody watching. And, they already have how many people that have 40% didn't show up for the call up for the military. You have people with post-traumatic stress because of the fighting constantly. You have this internal stress that's taking place in Israel. As you pointed out, the economy is in tatters. And now they decided, you know what? Let's take down Iran. That's amazing, right? The balls.
It shows how delusional they are.
But they think that this is their time. They think this is our gamble. We have the incompetent president in the White House. That incompetent president is probably being told Israel can handle it, which they couldn't. And by the way, I'm of two minds of this. I'm of mind that Netanyahu might have even known that Israel couldn't do this, that they were willing to sacrifice, knowing that the U.S. will most likely get involved to save Israel's ass. And that what they were telling Trump, or what people around Trump were telling him, is Israel could do it. And you know what's wild? One last point to toot my own horn, because I've been right all the way through about this. I kept pointing out the negotiations were fake.
I agree.
These things weren't real. That Trump boxed himself in, meaning whatever was in Trump's mind, even if what was Trump's mind was I need a deal. He boxed himself in by effectively saying, I'm going to bomb him, I'm going to bomb him, I'm going to bomb him, the nice people, I'm going to bomb him. And then my thing is okay, well, you can't walk that back. And people are like, no, Trump is a liar, he can walk it back. I was like, dude, you cannot walk that back. He's surrounded by whack jobs and neocons and Zionists. And why do you think he can pull back at that leash after spending months saying it? And then, of course, after the attacks, Trump showed his hand that he was intimately involved. All of the media reports he was intimately involved. Israel wouldn't let him back out of it. Israel effectively was like Donald Trump and Israel worked hand in hand on this, even as the denials were coming out of the White House. And so now you're in a situation where your proxy failed. Your proxy is getting pounded. And yes, you're hitting Iran. But the difference between Iran and Israel is Iran, I strongly suspect, can absorb that. Meaning Iran is a country of 80 million people. Israel is a country of 8. So you're talking about radically different sizes. A country 3 times the size of Iraq versus a country that might be like Rhode Island. And the damage, if it's equal, by definition, is going to be far more percentage-wise damaging to the country, the smaller country. And so what do you do now? almost you have to get involved to save your client, right? I mean, it's that part.
Well, I mean, again, that is the Trump's great dilemma now. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
again, he's going to have to sacrifice his presidency, the
Yep.
U.S. economy.
Yep.
And again, going back to Netanyahu, I mean, it does again that the statement he made about if Israel falls, others
Everybody
will
goes
fall
with
with
it.
us. You almost, and again, everyone has known about this Samson option for a long time. You get the impression, and again, goes back. This is like Hitler, right? Who, in his final days, doesn't he flood Berlin? I mean, he basically,
He
I
said
think-
they were weak. He effectively said they were weak,
Yeah,
and they get what they get. Yeah.
I think Netanyahu intends to be the last prime minister of Israel. I mean, seriously, I mean, I think he intends, he is more than willing to set Israel on fire. And
It is. He showed you the pictures.
yeah, go out in what he views to be a blaze of glory. Though he, of course, will save himself. He'll end up in Miami. In fact, there's a Haaretz article, right? An Israeli paper said that he will. They said there's an op-ed that from several days ago saying Netanyahu will collapse Israel and move to Miami. I mean, people know who this guy is.
That's amazing.
He will not die in a bunker somewhere. He will
That's amazing.
end up surfing in Miami with his son, who's spending his time there. It's again, you're dealing with a very sick man. Trump is a sick man. How do we end up with all of these really demented people in office? Of course, Trump follows another demented guy named Joe Biden. I mean,
Yeah.
how are all these people with all this power, they end up being mad, completely mad, bonkers?
Our system trends towards sociopaths.
Yeah, it's really something.
Dan Kovalik, thank you for this, man. I have appreciated your analysis for the last, I don't know, year and a half that I've been doing this channel. Well, it hasn't been a year yet, but whatever that number is. Thank you for this, man. And I'm glad I can be here with you on this day to analyze something that's a little bit better news as opposed to the 2 years that we've been watching in collective horror. So thank you for this.
It's my pleasure too. And can I just tell your audience that
please.
I actually have a book out called The Plot to Attack Iran. I put that out several years ago. I think it's more relevant than ever, and I'd urge folks to go look for that. The Plot to Attack Iran. You can get it on Amazon. Get it from my publisher, skyhorsepublishing.com.
I'll put a link at the bottom of the video just so they can see it.
I really appreciate that.
You were ahead of the curve, my friend. You're ahead of the curve. Dan
Thank you.
Kovalik is an American human rights, labor rights lawyer, political activist. He previously taught at the International Human Rights University of Pittsburgh School of Law. And yes, that book is going to be at the bottom of the video when I cut the video. Thank you, man. I really appreciate
Thanks.
it. You be
It's
safe,
always
okay?
my pleasure. I enjoy it. So take care of yourself.
You too. Have a good one. All right. I see my man is in the background. He is a fan favorite and a favorite of mine. We are joined with Dennis Fritz. If I can pull the calendar up, there we are. Dennis Fritz, he's retired Commander Chief Master Sergeant. By the way, I love saying Master Sergeant for some reason. I think it's because of Halo. I love it. Every time I say it, it does good things to me. Dennis Fritz is retired Commander Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. He's currently Director of the Eisenhower. You are not currently director of it, correct?
Right. Yeah. I stepped down June the 1st to give me more time to do things that we're doing right now. So I'm still a senior fellow at the Eisenhower Media Network and former director.
With the mission to promote peace and diplomacy over war. I want to put this part because I want to give you pedigree just so they know a bit of your background. While on active duty, he served as the principal senior advisor to 4-star commander in the Pacific Air Forces and Air Force Space Command. He has held additional duty as senior enlisted advisor to commander of North American Aerospace Defense Command, basically NORAD. He's authored the book Deadly Betrayal: The Truth About Why the United States Invaded Iraq. You are the man I want to talk to today. You have no idea.
Well,
You have no idea.
I hope I don't let you down.
No, you're not going to let me down. So I would like to point out that I continuously said that these negotiations were fake, that they weren't being serious about these negotiations. All of the reporting has come out, has shown that to be true, that Donald Trump, and the reason why I said it was he was continuously escalating his demands and what he wanted. And there was a context, whether it was Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, etc. Donald Trump has surrounded himself by neocons and Zionists. And with the genocide that was effectively taking place before our eyes, Israel was acting with a certain impunity that there was never a pushback, which means they just felt they can escalate and escalate and escalate. And boy, did they escalate and get themselves into a whirl of shit, for lack of a better word for it. I am super curious about the US and what it's going to do now. I really suspect that someone told Donald Trump, Israel can handle it. We don't even have to put our fingerprints on it. Now, Donald Trump is not the brightest man in the world, so he came out immediately destroying any notion of plausible deniability, if indeed it existed at all. But, it's clear as day now that Israel can't handle it. They don't have control of their airspace. I mean, their skies. Iran is hitting them with impunity. They seem to be able to pick their targets and hit wherever they want with a certain degree of precision. Yes, Iran is taking hits because it's a war, and in wars, your ability to take a punch and give a punch. But Israel is a country of 8 million people. Iran is a country of 80 million. It's 3 times the size of Iraq. One of these things will fall first. And politically, and for the most part, the way that Iran is effectively, seemingly decapitating these aspects of a functional society, meaning going after Haifa and destroying the ability to produce energy. Okay, that's a targeted shot. That's specific. They're doing that for a reason. Destroying the ability in the financial sector. Again, there's a reason for that. Going after Mossad, they're going after military targets with a systematic, brutal regard in a way that is honestly commendable. Give me your take on this, because the U.S. will get involved. I don't believe for a moment that Trump is going to set this up. Every signal in the world that is taking place in regards to the military assets that they're putting over, moving out people from various military bases, because Iran is going to hit those bases the moment that the U.S. attacks. What happens next is a fascinating question to me. If you're sitting in NORAD, if you're sitting in the military, and they come to your desk, Master Chief, or they say, Chief, we need a war plan. What does that look like from here?
Well, let me just comment on something you said earlier about the retaliation by Iran. I'm on record for over a year now saying that if Israel attacked Iran, remember this: Iran has ballistic missiles. Those ballistic missiles are very powerful. And more importantly, those ballistic missiles are accurate. And that just confirms everything that you're saying. I've been on record for over a year saying if Israel attacked Iran, Iran will retaliate.
Yeah.
And it's happening before our eyes. Now, Dennis Fritz, Chief Fritz, I tell folks, I can give you opinions, assumptions, and facts. Well, I'm giving you a fact. Iran has proven it in the past. When we took out Soleimani, they attacked our forces in Iraq.
Right.
When Israel made their first attack, Iran went back and attacked again.
The bottom
now,
air
you
base.
must understand, Jamal, and your audience must understand, they still have a full arsenal of ballistic missiles. And in fact, opinion now, I think there are many out there that they have not used yet that are even more accurate. And so they're fighting back. Now, you mentioned something else again, that what scares me. If you see in my background, and you mentioned about the book, Deadly Betrayal, the truth about why we invaded Iraq. I wrote that book because of what is happening right now. My goal, and I'm fearful that I'm going to fail, my goal was to keep us out of another war in the Middle East, in particular, Iran, because I knew it would be more devastating because of the missile arsenal that Iran has. And will the United States get involved? Opinion, yes, they will have no choice because of the fact is in an earlier presentation before you, I had mentioned there are forces that are controlling Trump, or there's forces that he can't control that's going to get him involved in this war. Now, I'm going to go back to something I stated earlier, and thank you. In fact, in previous time that we talked, we keep saying, how much does Trump know? But Jamal, I'm going to stand by what I said. There's a lot that he doesn't know. I'm telling you. And those that get that book, I urge you to get that book because it'll tell you the playbook of the neocons and those forces that are around Trump. During the second war, against Iraq, President Bush was surrounded by the first team neocons, the original, the Paul Wolfridges of the world, the Doug Fifes of the world, the Richard Pearls of the world. He was surrounded by the first team, the starters. Now, Trump is surrounded by the second team, the neocon sympathizers, and they are working behind his back. Now, you saw the missed messages where the Secretary of State come out and say, that, hey, we didn't know anything. All of a sudden, things start going well. Trump come out, oh, yeah, we knew everything. The mixed messages. Yeah, I think his team knew what was going on. His team that are blindsiding him and undermining him. And so I do think you're correct when you're saying that, hey, we knew a lot more. Guarantee you there were forces within Trump's arena that was working with the Israelis. Likewise, during the Bush administration and the war against Iraq, there were people working directly. In my book, you hear me talk about Doug Feith, who was the number 3 guy at the Pentagon. He was working with Bibi Netanyahu. I think Bibi Netanyahu was the treasury guy then. He wasn't the prime minister, but he was working closely with him. And likewise, that's going on right now. So now, will the Americans get involved? Will there be a false flag or something whether or not Iran hit our troops or not? Somebody will hit our troops. Wink, wink, false flag. And it will draw us into this war. And then we have to remember, you mentioned something earlier about forces. We have forces in Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and let us not forget Iraq. And so I am fearful that we're going to be drawn into something that will probably be very devastating, and a lot of lives will be lost, to include a bunch of Americans.
Do they even need a false flag? I mean, I understand the point, like the Nimitz, for example, I keep saying those aircraft carriers are a 1990s power projection device. In the year 2025, when the Houthis can knock one of those things out of the water, they are not, those things are vulnerable. Do they need a false flag in this case? I mean, sure, the Nimitz can get hit. One of these other things could get hit. They may end up killing several thousand Americans, and they say, oh my God, Iran did this. But the fact of the matter is, we're already attacking Iran. We're using Israel to do it, but we're backing Israel to the hilt as they do it, filling it with weapons. I am not even of mind that we're not running some of these sorties that are attacking Iran. Meaning, I would not doubt if these were our airplanes flying in their airspace, attacking them, and they're pretending that they're Israel. So, go ahead. Give me answer.
I agree with you. I've been thinking it a lot. As I said, I can give you facts, opinions, and assumptions. My assumption is that, we are participating offensively. I really do believe that myself, that we're flying sorties. And, we may not need a false flag. If one of those fighters is hit, American fighter is hit, then we're going to have to retaliate. But if you notice,
but how can we retaliate? See, this is the madness to me.
Well, I may have used the wrong word, retaliate, because of the fact is Iran really retaliated against them. So I may have used the wrong word. Yeah, retaliate. Because
how is Iran wrong?
Let's get one thing out of the way first of all.
Please.
We started this war. We started it, and it's been a plan all the way back for decades. Iran is just the last piece of the colonial control of the Middle East. Israel has been looking for the reason and the opportunity to attack Iran for decades and to draw us in. Yes, we're in it because of these forces that I keep telling you about that Trump cannot even control, because those forces are controlling the people around him. And so it's all coming to fruition. And now that's why I say I have failed, because my goal was to try to keep us out of this. Now, assumptions. I don't know what's going to happen. None of us know what's going to happen. But I'm telling you what could happen. And like I said, Iran, they've proven it. That's a fact. They will fight back this unconditional surrender. That will never happen. And then, by the way, folks keep talking about, oh, well, they damage, their proxies. Hezbollah is waiting. They still have a lot of weapons. And let me just mention this, too. When we talk about drawing the U.S. in, those countries I just mentioned where we have forces, they're right next door to Iran. Iran is not going to have to use ballistic missiles. They have rockets. They have smaller versions that have a quick response time to those countries because they're right there. And we will not be able to respond fast enough. And Iran have a bunch of them. And so I'm telling you, this could really explode. And I'm really, worried.
Yes. Agreed. Iran has been restrained. They've done everything they could to avoid this war. They seem to be using a kind of escalation ladder as opposed to, see, as an American, it's weird for me because I look at it through an American lens. Mm-hmm. And through an American lens, I would have sunk those carriers already.
Well,
I would have assumed that they were.
I don't know if it's that easy. Now, they could probably, and I'm gonna use this word loosely, I mean accidentally, take one of the carriers down, but it will be an act. It's hard because they do have a lot of protection and security, and so it will be hard to actually do it. But they
can
could
stop a hypersonic missile.
Yeah, possibility. Like I said, I mean, I don't know, but there's a possibility. Mm-hmm. There is a possibility, but I don't think it'll be something where I think a lot of luck will be involved as well. But that opportunity is there. I mean, it only takes one, or even just getting close by, and so that opportunity is there. And then, listen, I predicted, though, I have to agree with you, a year or so ago, if we attacked Iran, that probably one of our carriers will go down. And you got to understand, that's over 3,000 people or more. That could be, lost in one lucky shot with a ballistic missile. And you've seen the damage. And let me just mention something else that you're spot on about, too, when I said the ballistic missiles are accurate. One of the things that Israel does as well, we really don't know how much damage has been done. A lot of that footage is being sneaked out. The Israelis are trying to control the battle assessment, damage assessments. They're trying to control the media. I personally think, once again, it's an assumption, that there's been more damage than what's been reported. Because as I stated, those missiles are very accurate, and you articulated it earlier of some of the things that are being done right now. And so this is going to be interesting. And I'm very worried. And like I said, I feel that I have failed because of the fact this is one of the things I was trying to prevent. And all I can tell your audience and others is that this is one time we listen. I keep jumping up. This is the one time, and I got to tell your audience, listen, I'm not a fan, but Tucker Carlson is spot on.
Oh, he cooked a turkey, didn't he?
Oh,
he cooked a turkey, didn't he?
Oh, Lord. Did he tear Cruz up? Oh, my goodness. I was rooting him on. Yeah. I was rooting him on, but this guy is spot on. And I hate to tell you this, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is spot on. And I tell you, I don't mind agreeing with somebody no matter whatever else we think about. This is more important than domestic policy. This is international policy that not only can impact us, but it can impact the world. And one of the things your audience must understand too, and I've been studying this for decades, when I was in the Pentagon and when I was writing my book, I feel confident that Iran, if we push them too hard, they have terrorist cells here in the United States, not only international, but listen to me good, here in the United States as well, that can be let loose. And so we must be concerned about this, and we must fight back. I mean, I'm talking about us, American citizens. This is one time, if we do, going back to what you said, what is the United States going to do? Do you think we're going to get involved, which we both feel they're already involved, but if they get involved more, we need to hit the streets. I'm telling you. We need to hit the streets. We need to be calling all Congress individuals and telling them we are against this war. And it is one time this war, I think, as we're seeing already, could bring Republicans and Democrats together because of the fact, in most cases, none of us want this war. As I've said before, and I'll say it again to your audience, this is my new cliche now. Fool us once, Iraq, WMD, shame on you, United States of America government. fool us again. Israel, Iran, nuclear weapons. Shame on us for being so silly and allowing this to happen and not fighting back.
Chief Fritz, two things. Chief Fritz, two things.
You got it.
From my understanding, we can't stop hypersonic missiles. The speed at which it takes to target those missiles.
Yeah.
The radar, the signature, from my understanding, even the plasma wake, those are not things that we can target per se, at least not yet. The technology is not necessarily there to do it. Could they put a lot of flak in the air and hopefully get it? Maybe.
Yeah.
But if 4 of those are stalking U.S. carrier groups, those carrier groups are going down. So I hope you get my point.
That's why I'm smiling. Yeah, you're all to that. Hey, yeah, the possibility is there. It is. But
and I can show you how you for getting hit.
Yeah, those ballistic missiles that you're talking about,
those things are terrifying.
Yeah, and they're hard to detect as well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying immune from being detected, but they are hard to detect. And they are supersonic and fast. But like I said, we do have some systems, that could somewhat counter. But can they get lucky? Yes, that is a fact. They can get lucky, but it may not be as easy as you're.
That's fair. No, that's fair. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying.
But if that happens, all bets are off. I'm telling you.
They said screw it. And they put 10 of those things in the air.
Listen to what I just said a few minutes. Yeah, in my book, I talk about 4,000 deadly betrayal. 4,500 military men and women were killed in Iraq. If one of those carriers are hit, you're talking about 3,000 or more that could be killed at one time. So you think about that. So it would be devastating if that happened. And listen, if we push Iran deeply into a corner, they may lose 4 or 5 or more of those ballistic missiles just so they can prove we will fight back. So, I'm not discounting what you're saying there, but it just won't be as easy as you might see that. It would be hard, but the odds of them getting lucky is pretty good too.
We have a hell of a military. So yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying in an existential war, all bets are off.
There you go. I agree.
Destroy their country. All bets are off. Like this is not.
And all bets are off if they assassinate the Ayatollah.
That too.
Yeah,
now there's something I want to back you up on that you have, I think you have nailed, and that you're not the only one who said this. I've heard other military people say the same thing. So this is Larry Johnson talking about Trump. Listen to what he says here. I am. Look, we've had a John F. Kennedy, and John F. Kennedy was willing to buck the military trend, because they came to him and said something like, "Hey, well, we should wage war against the Soviet Union," and he's like, "Are you out of your mind?" You're trying to end the world. And they're telling him war plans like, well, they'll just get the East Coast, but we'll be able to destroy all of the Soviet Union. Effectively, we should lose millions of people with the notion of destroying the Soviet Union. And he's like, we need another option. These people are lunatics, etc. So the president is the person we elect to tell them to F off. I guess that's my point of view of it. If you are not competent enough or strong enough to do that job, then you shouldn't get that job. I agree with you that they may be managing and maneuvering the president. And that is what Larry Johnson is saying. For me, the buck stops with the president either way. But Larry Johnson makes this very precise point, the same point that you are making and that you've made over and over again that I cringed at.
We don't have good intelligence, and we certainly don't have ground penetrating radar that tells us how many missiles they've got stacked up in these tunnels and buried in these mountains. But I guarantee you that in addition to storing such missiles, they're also doing production of such missiles in these secure locations. So we don't have even a clue exactly how many they have. However, the Trump is being advised, I've learned within the last hour before coming on air with you, that Iran is it's run out of missiles, or they're almost run out. And as soon as they run out, they're completely vulnerable and exposed.
Effectively, the president is being lied to.
Absolutely.
That's what he's effectively saying. The president is being lied to.
This information, and look, you've already proven confirmation of what Iran have. Just today, the attacks on Israel, when they were supposed to be, they're slowly. Listen, there's two things going on, and what I agree with Larry on, and I've been saying this as well. You don't think production is still taking place in those tunnels, of missiles, and they're not smart enough to know, hey, we're going to do this underground. Plus, also, they're doing, like you said, they're being very reserved, and they're doing conservation too. They're conserving some of their weapons just in case America do jump in. And so I agree with Larry on that, is that there's no doubt in my mind there's production still taking place, and we don't know how many they have. Intel is based on assumptions, almost like a medical opinion. Intel folks give an opinion. I know you smile, but that's a fact. A lot of times, unless they see something directly or they have a spy, we're talking about technology and everything. A lot of intel is based on, it is our opinion. It is the intel community opinion or whatever. And so in a lot of cases, they don't know for a fact. So we don't know truly what Iran have and their capability. I think you saw some footage of Israeli leaders, fussing back and forth. Well, we underestimated their capabilities. Yeah, you don't know their capabilities. Likewise, in some cases, Russia underestimated Ukraine's ability. So in war, you just don't know, what you're getting yourself into. And
it's a gamble. I always say power. Look, I've said before, power is a shadow on the wall. Like, wow. If people will respond, this is Game of Thrones. I didn't make it up. Basically, this notion of people respond to what they think you have, up until the point where you have to wager it. At some point, you have to ante up if you're really going to push it. And it is a crapshoot. It is a gamble. I've seen grandmasters lose to people who are 1,300 rating. It's like, whoa, how did that guy lose to a guy who's only rated 1,300? It happens. It happens. The context of it. I mean, you can go back to the Finnish war with the Russians or with the Soviets, and they bled the Russians dry. Like, over the course of a long period of time, the Soviet Union eventually won, but God knows they paid for it. I guess I'm pointing out, we are making a lot of assumptions of American power. And I think we're overestimating our capability and underestimating Iranian capability, just like when Ben Gvir got confronted and Ben Gvir was like, we didn't know they had those missiles.
Well, look, let me just say this. When you underestimate, when people are fighting for their lives and their cause in their countries, look at Afghanistan. I mean, the Taliban are still in charge, okay? Yep. You look at, during the Iraq war, it's going to be a cakewalk, as said by the neocons. And as I stated earlier, deadly betrayal. 4,500 military men and women lost their lives on a cakewalk.
Yep.
Iran is much more capable and a lot larger. And so, it's going to be something.
Go into your war planning hat for me.
Okay.
Because I am, there's a question that keeps coming up. This is a maelstrom. And this is not just about Iran. I mean, this has nothing to do with nuclear weapons for Iran. This has everything to do with this notion, at least from the Israeli standpoint, creating a greater Israel. From the U.S. standpoint, we want to put a knife in this idea of multipolarity. We want to remain a hegemon. And exactly. In the same way that Ukraine is our tip of the spear to do that with Russia, Israel is our tip of the spear to do that with Iran. If we can put a knife in Iran and take that off the chessboard or put it into our camp, we control energy in that region. We control the Caspian Sea. Hell, we even undercut this notion of BRICS and this notion of multipolarity that is trying to butt into existence before basically strangle the baby in the crib. And so if China and Russia knows that, which they do, they obviously do, right? China's been sending cargo ship after cargo ship immediately. It's like, we need to keep that, keep them in the fight. And even though Putin is like, we need to negotiate and everything else, I don't believe for a moment that it's going to stay there, especially if Iran gets wobbly. Do you think those countries get pulled into the maelstrom under this idea of their own security? I mean, for God's sake, Russia went into Ukraine specifically for its security, saying, we are not going to allow NATO to be on our border. Full stop. We will end the world to prevent that from happening. Just like the U.S. said, we will not allow those missiles to be in Cuba. We will end the world in order to prevent that. It's existential from our point of view. Is Iran existential? Does it rise to that level if you're war planning this out and you're thinking to yourself, is this something that we can lose? Does it hurt us more to lose it than to keep it? If we lose it, is there a slow degradation in our capability over the course of time, and let's say in like 20 years, that we're going to be far worse off in a way that we're going to ultimately lose? So even though it doesn't look like it's a major piece now, it will be a major piece over time. And look, and I'm thinking this through chess logic. when I am modeling the world for a reason I'm making a move, I'm assuming something to be true, like almost as a flat fact, assuming it to be true. And I would wager that when those countries are looking at that stuff, they're doing something similar of making assumptions of what would the world look like if this is not there. And do we need to get involved because this is that important? Does Iran rise to that level for Russia and China? I'm super curious. You've looked over the war plans. This was part of your job. I'm curious on your thoughts.
Yeah. Hey, let me just say something. I want to correct something. Because I'm not I'm not a war planner, but I oversaw and I was a caretaker of war plans where I had the opportunity to review. But we have expert war planners that think those things that you're talking about. But I can give you some assumptions. From reviewing a lot of war plans, itself, where I was a caretaker of war plans. Let me just say something you mentioned earlier that you were spot on again. WMD in Iraq. It was never about WMD. I saw that personally. We knew they didn't have WMD. Okay. We talk about intel a few minutes ago, assumptions or opinions. There was some that was pushing, in particular neocons in the Pentagon, to Bush that they had WMD, but they didn't. Likewise, that war was not about WMD. It was about, as you said earlier, imperialistic philosophy of going in and controlling Iraq, the Middle East, starting off Iraq. Likewise, this war with Iran is not about nuclear weapons. Our intel itself has told us Iran is not close to a nuclear weapon or not planning to build a nuclear weapon. It is about taking advantage of opportunities to take over the Middle East. And that is what's going on there. It is not about Iran having nuclear weapons. We had a great deal in the JCPOA under President Obama. One of the things now I will tell you that Israel didn't like about the plan, because it really delayed if they were looking to do a bomb Iran by years. Okay, but one of the things in that JCPOA was that Israel and their sympathizers wanted Iran to get rid of their ballistic missile program.
Right.
And guess what? Now we see why they didn't get rid of that ballistic missile program, because that's their livelihood, to protect them. That's their last line of defense. Now, as a planner in regards to Russia and China, you hear this keyword that we use. I don't know necessarily about their security, but it's in their interests of both China and Russia to try to maybe eventually jump into this war. Because I can tell you, when it becomes international, the Strait of Hormuz, Iran can stop a lot of shipping. A lot of oil pass right by a piece of water that Iran controls.
Right.
And they can mine that, they can explode that, and then that's where it impacts Russia and China's interest. It does not impact their security, if you will, but it could impact their interest, primarily their economic interests. And so that is what they're probably looking at. I would think, and I'm really surprised that Russia has not come out more vocal in support of Iran. Why do I say that? Because Iran has supported Russia in their Ukraine war.
Yes.
So I am very surprised. So it makes me wonder what's going on there. Go ahead.
To be fair, Putin said that Iran didn't want Russian help. He said that at the recent press conference, because that has been the question that people have been at. I will tell you, when this first started, I hit Mark up. I said, Mark, Russia's going to lose friends if it doesn't be more vocal about keeping those friends.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, but go, please finish your point. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to say, but when the push comes to shove, though, I think if it becomes where, let's say, for instance, if the Ayatollah is assassinated or whatever the case may be, and then all bets are off, I do think in some way, form, or fashion, Russia will support Iran. And that's when you got to get concerned about, okay, will this turn into, the World War III that everybody fears? Exactly. Then there's another piece in there we don't talk about a lot too. There's a Pakistan portion in there that we don't talk about a lot that we need to keep in mind too. And so, like I said, this is a frightening scene. And unfortunately, I must tell you that I am fearful not only of Trump, but the inexperience of the people around Trump. I am very fearful of that because of the fact we're going into territory that is, I mean, forget about Russia, Ukraine. You know, I mean, people like to talk about biblical terms, you know, biblical times. We're seeing it in that part of the world where it's happening right before our eyes, where this could really turn into a true catastrophe, Jamal.
Commander or Chief Fritz.
I'm going to correct this because we're going to get this right. And I know you love saying that, Chief. We're going to say Command Chief is what it's called. Command Chief.
Command Chief.
You got it now.
Command Chief.
Command Chief.
Command Chief Fritz. You're telling me that you don't have infinite confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Oh, no. What sarcasm there? What sarcasm there? I mean, you're talking about a guy. I mean, he's probably being hit with those generals and admirals on the Joint Chiefs of Staff with so much information. He's probably going to return back to drinking if he hasn't already. And I really, that's sarcasm, but I really mean it. You know, in some way, he's going to turn back because he's getting so much information that his mind. And by the way, he's supposed to take that information and brief a person that has a low attention span. So think about that. We're in trouble right now.
It's terrifying. This is not John F. Kennedy. This is not JFK, right? This is not, the smartest guys in the room. This is
you're talking about a guy that just said yesterday, I make decisions at the last second on a whim. He said, I got to see everything. Anything can change. But I make this is too important to make a decision on the whim. You got to think this out. You got to do critical thinking. You got to look at, and my hope is that what's left of our military leadership, when I'm talking about how we just dispose of so many of our Joint Chiefs of Staff members early on in the administration, I hope the ones that are there now, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, are being forceful with heads up and say, hey, this is not a time to play games, young man. This is a time you better listen to us. These are the options. Yeah, our job is to provide options to the president. But I hope they're saying, if we provide these options, we do certain things, we're putting our country and our world in a mess if we do certain things. So
he does have time in his makeup room where they can come and have a conversation with him. So I hope they are briefing him in his makeup room when he's doing that.
I'm so glad that in all this scary stuff that we can still have humor, because we're going to need some humor just to get us through this too.
Whistle past the graveyard, man. Might as well dance at the edge of oblivion, right?
Hey, Jamal, could I digress and make one comment? During my previous appearance with you and with Larry Wilkerson, the subject came up at the LA riots about the Mexican flag and so forth. And somebody pointed out to me, they had reviewed on YouTube our presentation, and they said, well, listen, what about those Israeli flags that we're seeing? And I want to tell your audience, I agree with you 100%. I think that is worse and more of a disgrace, because I personally experienced being on the Hill, walking the halls of the Hill, and seeing all these Israeli flags displayed outside of members of Congress offices. That is a disgrace. It was almost like they were showing loyalty to Israel. And that was very disappointing. So those that commented about there's nothing worse than Israeli flags being flown in are posted outside of members of Congress offices or inside their office, that is truly a disgrace.
Dennis Fritz. He is retired Command Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. He was, or former, at the very least, he's a fellow, I think I got that right, at the Eisenhower Media Network with the mission to promote peace and diplomacy over war. While on active duty, he served as a principal senior advisor to 4-star commanders at Pacific Air Force and Air Force Base Command. He also held additional duty as senior enlisted advisor to the commander of North America Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD. He's author of the book Deadly Betrayal: The Truth About Why the United States Invaded Iraq. And I'm going to tell you this before I let you go. My next guest who's coming on, she says, oh my God, I got his book.
Well, listen, tell your group, please tell your audience, please get that book and go straight to the epilogue, because it predicts everything that is happening now. As I stated before, I was trying to prevent. If you go to the end before you even start the book, go to the epilogue and you're going to see it's being predicted that everything is happening now. And this was my goal, to try to stop it.
Command Chief, thank you for this, man. I really do appreciate it. You be safe, okay?
Thank you for the opportunity as always.
Thank you. Let's go to our next guest. She has waited patiently.
I saw his name and I got so excited. I said, I have this book. I'm ready for this war.
Yeah,
Really good,
he
guys. You
is.
should read it.
He is
really
a
good. It's a
fantastic
good-
guest.
It's a good, easy read, and it's got a lot of information. And I loved it because he sent the book in, and when you go through it, it's got redactions in it.
Does it?
Because he had to send it to the DOD to get reviewed for
Yeah.
classified evidence and what classified information or anything that put anything like, revealing too much, and it's got redactions in it. He left them in. I thought that was so awesome that he did
The
that.
redactions are awesome because it shows that there's something here that we can't tell you, but it's something here, right? The very fact they're
Or
I'm
like,
not gonna
I tried
say
to tell you this, but they wouldn't let me.
tried. They wouldn't
Yep.
let me. I tried.
Yeah, that's
It's
good.
like, yeah, you may not know what's here, but you know something is here. Something is there, right?
Yeah.
Sarah Bils, independent journalist, U.S. Navy veteran, and co-founder of DD Geopolitics. I am going to gush over DD Geopolitics because you guys do fantastic work,
Thanks.
especially now under these current conditions. Fantastic work.
The conditions are bad. Not in Iran. The conditions are bad for reporting. I am been a blur. I don't even know what day it is. And then I woke up and I'm waiting backstage, and my partner's messaging me, and he says, I feel like I just talked to you. We did. We just talked like 5 hours ago before I went to sleep. And he's like, but so many things have happened. And I was like, no.
You do great work. You guys do great work. I mean, there's so much chum that gets put out and trying to figure out, okay, what's real, what's fake. And oftentimes I've had to go back to my channel and say, okay, this was fake. Let me get rid of this. This was fake. Let me get rid of this. I've never had to do that with your videos. I think I might have seen one community notice. Yeah, I'm only one.
It's one.
But you guys have been spot on. Spot on.
He's
So,
really paranoid, as am I. I don't really care too much about the actual strike videos. I mean, I guess they're kind of cool for the action movie effects, but I don't really post them. But he's very, very like.
oh, I love
about
them.
verifying.
I love them. I
Yeah,
love them.
Yeah, I know.
I've been showing them and drinking my coffee as I watch. Be like, "Whew, that's rough. I was like, that's rough.
Yeah,
but hearing
last
people
night was
wailing-
pretty rough for Israel, but I also
Yes, it
think
was.
I'm a little bit suspicious of why it was rough. So
Well, I think it's been rough for them the entire way. Israel is hiding a lot of that stuff. I think it's kind of like Ukraine, where they were putting that stuff out now and saying, oh my God, we're getting pummeled. Hey, Donald Trump, please help us out. Help us out. I would say, though, that one or two thoughts. Either Israel thought we're going to be able to dominate and we're going to be able to knock Iran out of this, or they thought we're going to sacrifice our own people to try to get the U.S. pulled into a war, or the U.S. thought we're going to sacrifice Israel as a casus belli to get into a war. I don't know which one of three of those is correct. It doesn't really matter. They equal the same, all things but equal. I am fascinated by this. I got to be honest. People have been on this channel that cover, let's say, like Syria, that cover Lebanon, Palestine. Oh, they have had a pep in their step. And it's not that they're pro-war. It's none of that stuff. It's this human, like after, it's like you watch John Wick and they kill his dog, and it's okay for John Wick to kill 100 people after they kill his dog. It's justifiable.
That's John Wick.
It's kind of like that, where it's like, okay, you murdered people, you starved people to death, you've raped people on camera, you've done all of this stuff with impunity, and nobody has done anything against you. And now you high off baby's blood, like in True Blood, where they would drink blood of prairies, high off baby's blood. You decide, fuck it, let's go with Iran. And it's like, okay, that stove is hot. I know you don't believe it because you've been fighting militaries. You've been,
We've told them.
Yeah, the stove is hot, but they didn't want to believe the stove was hot. They thought, hey, we beat Hezbollah and we beat Hamas, so fuck it, we can go after Iran. Okay, have at it. And I will tell you this, Iran has been waiting for it. I get the sense that they have had a lot of pent-up energy that they have just unleashed on this moment all at once, where they're like, all right, we've been waiting for this for years. You've attacked us. We have license to go after you full bore. We're not trying to negotiate with you. We don't want to talk to you. We want to take you apart. And they've hit financial centers. I mean, they've been hitting like really painful targets: Mossad headquarters, financial centers,
Stock exchange. That was my favorite one.
That was my favorite too, right?
I didn't get excited about the hospital. Obviously, there were probably civilians in it. But then right after that, they hit the stock exchange, and I was like, that is based and good, actually.
Haifa also, right. And I just wish my only critique is that the building is still standing. I wanted the building to fall. I'm okay with the hospital. I don't care. I can show you videos where Israel under Israeli.
I try
model.
not to bring up. It's not because I don't want to be celebratory. I don't want to bring bad karma onto Iranians. Is that like a weird superstition? Like I'm like, I don't want to celebrate too much because then I don't want the Iranians to be like, we're at the back end of receiving this. And my Iranian girlfriend said that. She was like, Sarah, they're bombing the hospital. And I was like, it's okay. It's an IDF hospital. Don't get too freaked out. And then she was like,
they
it doesn't
hit
matter.
an Iranian hospital first.
But the public, she knows. The public does. Sorry, my dog. The public does not care. They don't care about an Iranian hospital. They care about a Jewish hospital.
I'm part of that public. I don't care about an Israeli hospital. I just don't. I look. I have become an asshole on this. I'm a hard ass, and I'm a hard ass for the very specific reason that I've watched them effectively be Nazis for 2 years without response. And now they're getting a percentage of their own medicine. And they are freaking out. Oh my God, they hit our hospital after we hit their hospital. They literally just hit their hospital. There's no military target in their hospital. And Iran didn't hit their hospital. Iran hit a building that was close to their hospital that just had blowback on the hospital. Like, meaning, whereas Israel considered their hospital a military target and just hit it, or their television station, Iran wasn't doing that. They've been fighting relatively restrained. It's an amazing thing to me that Iran can hit hundreds of missiles and you get like 30 people dead. And Israel does similar and 700 people are dead. Okay, they're fighting a restrained war. I don't know, call me a hard ass. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. Haifa, that was one of my favorites. Haifa was one of my favorites. Uh-oh, something's going on. I think her dog is gone rogue. I think her dog is gone rogue.
It's too loud. Yeah, but I'm listening. You're fine.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I guess I'm saying I am a hard ass for a reason. It's not that I will be lemon light at the end of this. I strongly suspect that bad things are going to come, that we are in for hard times, like some very, grotesque scenes, especially when America gets into the war, especially if it spirals out of control where they're sinking carriers or destroying oil fields and all of this other stuff that can be easily escalated into. I got to get your take on something. I got to get your take on something. DD Geopolitics, you were, I saw you going after people who were saying like, where's Putin? Where's Putin? And people were saying the same thing to Xi Jinping, right? Where's Xi Jinping? Where's Xi Jinping? Putin was giving a speech, or he was giving an interview, and he said something that you guys very well articulated that I thought was mind-blowing, that Alexander Dugin articulated that I also thought was mind-blowing, but here we are. He said it himself, and I want to play it because I want to get your take on it.
Мы как-то предлагали нашим иранским друзьям поработать в области системы ПВО. Ну, большого интереса тогда партнеры не проявили. Ну, и все. Что касается договора, о котором сказали, о стратегическом партнерстве, там нет статей, связанных с оборонной сферой. Это второе. А третье, наши иранские друзья об этом и не просят. Потому что практически нечего обсуждать.
I love the there's an element of that when Putin's talking where he hunches his shoulders. He's like, he was like, they didn't ask us for help. It's like, what do you want me to do? Give me a take on that. I was amazed by that. I thought to myself, I said, countries that don't work with other countries when they're fighting empire has a name. It's called failed state. I regret saying that, but fuck it. I'll go with it. I was amazed by that. What the hell are they thinking? What are they thinking?
What do you mean? Iran doesn't want help. Iran has refused it multiple times. Iran could have had an ironclad defense treaty just like North Korea. They didn't want it. They have a doctrine of no blocks. We do not enter any military alliances. None. Not since 1979. So that's it. If you don't want the help, you're not going to sacrifice. They're not thinking of it that way. They're not thinking of it the way that we are yet. They're not
Yes.
going to say, I have to put boots on the ground because it's existential. Russia can't. Russia is going full throttle in Ukraine. I'm sorry, but you're not going to, not you, the general public, you're not going to get away with blaming Russia. The onus of this is on China. Sorry.
What? Wait, you're going to blame China? How are you blaming China?
Why should Russia get involved? If China's just sitting there waiting for the corpses to float by, China needs to finally step up and do something. If
Look, I'm not blaming Russia.
This weird, like, where is Russia? They did the same thing in Syria. I don't know if people forget, but there's a port for China in Syria. There's business interests for China in Syria. China gets all of their oil from Iran. Where are their agreements? Where are their treaties? Why isn't China interested in protecting the infrastructure and for oil? But no,
To be fair,
Russia? Where's Russia? Where's Russia? They have an agreement, but nobody read the agreement. It's very clear because the agreement is literally just fluff about developing things later on. It's not even a defense treaty.
To be fair, China has been sending cargo ships almost immediately. Like immediately. As soon as it happened, they were like, this is outrageous. And they started funneling materials hand over fist into Iran. I imagine that China understands they are going after empire, like meaning they are trying to stop this multipolarity, and they're doing it through Iran because they couldn't do it through Ukraine.
I hope so. I hope they realize that because I don't think Russia gets it because I just don't. I'm not understanding why they don't understand the gravity of what's going on.
Wait, what you mean? You said, why do you say you don't think Russia gets it?
Because they are going into Iran because they can't get to Russia through Ukraine.
Agreed.
It's very clear. I mean, this is like the Afghanistan scenario, not ours, Russia's or USSR. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
This is like that scenario all over again. And if Russia doesn't realize that this is an existential war, even more so than Ukraine, then I don't know how to help them in geopolitics.
But I don't understand what you mean by, okay, help me with this because I don't quite get it.
They can't deter Russia and China via Ukraine. They can't get leverage over Russia. How are they going to get leverage over Russia and China?
I know, but you just said that Iran did not want to be involved. Like they want to be non-aligned. How can Russia force themselves on Iran?
They can't. That's where we're at. We're at an impasse. So either.
So how are you blaming Russia? Like
I'm not. You guys are.
I am not blaming Russia.
I just stuck up for Russia by saying their agreement doesn't require them to give anything to Iran.
No, what I'm saying, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Let's reset. I could have swore. Yes,
Russia
you did
should
say
not
that.
get involved with Iran.
Russia can't get involved. But then you said Russia doesn't seem to understand that it's existential.
They don't. The both can be true. Russia cannot get involved. They are in Ukraine on their own. And Europe is saying, we're going to remilitarize. We want to fight Russia. What do people expect Russia to do?
Right.
Sure, it's important to them. Iran is very important to them. What do you want them to feasibly do right now? Without giving away the fact that they're not running out of surplus of military equipment either. So,
which is why I'm confused with your statement, because it sounds like you're saying two different things. It sounds like you're saying
they can both be true. It could be an existential war, and they cannot be able to get involved.
Okay. If that's the case, so it's not their fault. Meaning they can't unless they're going to militarily invade Iran, which
you can't get involved anyway. If the person doesn't want your help, how are you going to get involved?
Yeah,
where?
Exactly. I am more confused by Iran. Like I am stunned by that. I got to be honest with you. I was stunned by that. Alexander Dugin said that, and I was like, "This guy's out of his mind. He doesn't know what he's talking about. There's no way." And then, lo and behold, I saw Iran say it. I forget the foreign minister, one of the ministers, and I'm like, "Holy shit, it's true."
Yeah, they don't want any help.
I'm like, dude, you're fighting an empire. What's wrong with you?
This time,
and by the way,
it'll be different this time.
It's something similar with China too, where I saw this China analyst, and she was talking about how there were all of these contracts between China and Iran. Iran didn't want to go through with it because they wanted to make deals with the West, and so there was like leveraging anti-Americanism to their benefit, like all of this kind of weird stuff. And me, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, do you understand that there's a monster rummaging through the city trying to kill you? Because that's in my mind. I live in America, right? I know how we think. We are trying to murder you. We're trying to destroy your country. We're going to feed on it. We're going to kill babies in order to take that, in order to remain the hegemonic power around the globe. Do you get that? They don't seem to. And I don't understand why they don't get that.
I mean, I'm not a Shia Muslim, but the ones that I've spoken to don't really care if they die for this. That there's that element. Iran's statements all just kind of say we don't want to join we don't join military blocs. We don't join military alliances. And I feel like it comes from an understanding that we're not going to join when you're in a war, so we can't expect you to join when we're in a war. That sort of thing. And I think that that's a lot. Not from a place of laziness. I think it's from a place of just
Practicality.
preservation or peace or whatever. But that's their doctrine, is to not join military alliances and to not, because they don't want to be dragged into unnecessary wars. And I think that actually even hangs out when they're on the flip side. They say, we don't want our allies to be dragged into any other wars. This is a terrible war with Israel. And I think that they don't want anybody to feel obligated. But I do agree that at a certain point that you're obligated. Period.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that line is. Masha Zakharova has been speaking all morning. She's angry, but I don't know what an angry foreign ministry spokesman's going to do. Like I woke up, my partner's like, "Oh, Xi and Putin talked on the phone." I was like, "Not the phone."
Oh, that
10
is
million
funny.
Tehranians are trying to flee their city, and Xi and Putin talked on the phone. Shit.
I thought that when I saw North Korea's statement, it was like, I think I even wrote it on Twitter. I was like, oh, he sent a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, right.
That's
That's what I
terrifying.
should say. I mean, the feasibly, you get to this point where like, what can these people do? What can North Korea feasibly do? I mean, they could send soldiers, but there's no boots on the ground. What are they gonna do? You know?
They can add a missile shield. They could say, if Iran is nuked, we will nuke Israel.
They could do
They could
that,
say
yeah.
that.
They could add the
could say
deterrent to
that.
it. I worry
Yeah.
because the air defense thing. Like everybody's, where are the S-400s? And then you come to find out Iran didn't want them.
They
That's
didn't
so
want them. Isn't that
strange.
mind? Oh, that is mind blowing.
And it's you have to that it has to be true, because Russia would never reveal the details of this conversation unless they were sick of being blamed for something that wasn't true. They wouldn't talk about they're just not that way. So they knew that people were like, where the hell is Russia? Where are the air defenses? And they deliberately came out and said they didn't want them. They did not want air defense. They didn't want to work together on air defenses. I don't know why. I this came out later last night. I have to ask people today, why do you think that Iran didn't want?
I have no idea. I don't have an answer for that. Because,
cooperated with the drones, and Russia improved their drone program tremendously just from battle testing, not because Russians are smarter than Iranians, but just from battle testing and usage, they drastically improved the drones, the drone program. So I'm wondering, why not work together on other things, especially if it's not really offensive weapons, it's a defensive weapon.
Do you think they thought it was a bluff? Because I've spoken to some Iranians.
There
were some Iranians. And look, I tell you, I spoke to some Iranians and they were like, we don't believe that America is going to attack us. And I said, dude, you're out of your mind. I said, you're out of your mind.
Last week, I literally said it on Sunday. I said, if the United States is not involved, I think it could be involved as soon as tomorrow. It will be involved by the end of the week. That's what I said.
Already involved. Yeah,
I agree, but most people
are like, direct. Yeah.
Technically, we're not. I'm like, we were involved the first night. Shut the hell up. We were giving them targeting, fuel, blah 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 blah. But
green light, all that stuff, filling them up with weapons before they did it. I guess my thing is
the embargo lifted. Don't forget, Trump lifted the arms embargo that Biden had placed on Israel, so they could do this.
Yep. I don't know what is in Iran's mind. I don't know if they thought that it exerts or allows control. But if they're buying S-400s, that just seems like good sense. Like for example, if you assume, like I did, that there's a monster that is obviously rummaging through the countryside, and the moment that Syria fell, they're coming for you. They've already indicated they're coming from you because they've taken down Syria, and they're just going from country to country to country, and now they're at your door.
Well, I mean,
you know that they depend on air power. That is their thing. They're not flying missiles per se. They're doing air power. They have a U.S. type doctrine. Why would you not have S-400s? And as you point out, as Putin said, they didn't want them. And my mouth hit the floor. I don't have an answer for that. I just don't. Short of maybe they thought this S-400s comes with control. That they would have to be trained, and they would have to have Russian
the
assistance.
operators would have to be there for quite some time. Yeah. But why
that's
does that matter? Today, Israel bombed the power plant that belongs to Russia. So it's like, it's very frustrating. And I think that it becomes more frustrating when you have these Persians and Middle Easterners and Arabs saying, "Where's Russia? Where's Russia?" And it's like, where was Saudi? Where was Yemen? Where were they? Well, Yemen was obviously there, but it's like, what do you mean, where's Russia? This isn't our war. It's bonkers, the sense of entitlement. But it's their stupidity on both sides. I mean, even I woke up to Masha's statement that said, this is a criminal escapade that threatens both regional and global security. I said, oh my God, Masha. I don't know if you've realized this because you're literally all Zionists, but the criminal escapade is literally Israel. That's the criminal escapade that you guys continue to support by default because there's some odd million Russians there. They hate you. They hate you. They only call themselves Russian because they're from the Soviet Union and Russia inherited all of the Soviet Union. They're Ukrainian and they hate you. If they loved Russia, they would come home and fight for it. They ran away. And who went and helped the IDF fight Gaza? The Ukrainians, not the Russians, the Ukrainians. Why are we doing this, Masha? Why are we playing charades here? Same thing with Lavrov. Why are we doing this? Our politicians are finally coming around. Where are you? You're supposed to be the based and red-pilled foreign ministry, and you're telling me there's a criminal escapade on the loose. You're supposed to be the second strongest military in the world, possibly the first, and you're telling me, oh, there's a criminal escapade. Go kill it.
I know this sounds brutal. I would wager to you that Russia is okay with Iran taking the brunt of an attack.
Absolutely. But I don't know if they realize you're next.
I think in their minds, we are going to wrap this shit up with Ukraine, and we can go back around to Iran if Iran could withstand this.
Then they don't care about anything. They don't care about CSTO. They don't care about BRICS. They don't care about Belt and Road, and they don't need to be part of it. I don't know how else to say this. If you're not like BRICS is about understanding the working together for the greater good and going around sanctions imposed by Western hegemony. If right now, while the greater good is severely being threatened, and you don't understand that, I don't know how to. I mean, you're a lost cause. I don't know how to.
I know, but they're not entirely wrong in this. Like I am not blaming Russia on this, and I don't think you are, but. From their point of view, we have taken the brunt of empire for the last 3 years.
The way that you're phrasing it is making it sound like they don't realize the severity of it. What I'm trying to say is that even if they do, they can't do anything.
I see. No, I think
you're saying, Russia was fine with Iran taking the brunt. I don't think that they are fine with it. I just think that they.
I see what you mean. Okay, let me change my framing of it because I'm imparting something in slightly a different way than I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Russia's taken the brunt of empire for the last 3 years. And right now, all eyes are off of anything. Ukraine is getting torched.
I got what you're saying. So it gives them a little bit of a reprieve. But they don't need it.
And that breathing room allows them to wrap up. They don't need the
breathing room. They move the air defenses from Ukraine to Israel. That's why they're pounding Ukraine, not because the focus is away. Just keep pounding them. What does that have to do with Iran?
But even those air defenses wasn't stopping what was happening to Ukraine. They were taking
now they're getting absolutely pummeled. They've transferred the air defenses earlier this week, and that's why Russia went bananas on Kiev.
Yeah, because nobody's paying attention also. All their focus is on the Middle East.
They don't care about that. What do they care? They report everything. I mean, they don't care. They are going faster, though. I think they are pushing up. Faster. I don't know if this is in preparation to wrap it up and try to save Iran or try to save. I mean, these people, I don't know if they realize this, but the moves in Panama, the moves in Syria, all of the moves in Sudan, all of this is to ruin Belt and Road.
I think they do.
I guess China's like, I guess I'll just take another 1,000 years to do it since I've been around for 5 of them. Like, it's like this eternal patience of, our time will come. It'll get there.
It's funny. I've had this conversation with Kawarja, and I've had this conversation with another Asian reporter. And they're far more serene than I am. They're far more serene. And they're like, yeah, we believe in go, and we believe in surrounding our opponents. And I'm I'm like, dude, there's a monster at your door. You realize they're trying to kill you, right? Like they're trying to destroy this notion of multipolarity. Iran is the source of that. Your energy production. They don't care about your patience. They are trying to stop. They're trying to strangle the baby in the crib. And it's like, yeah, but we're forming relationships. And I'm like, dude, and I would be very patient trying to like put it in this kind of brutal terms of
Too late.
Yeah. I'm trying to like get across in the sense of like, no, I do not expect China to put military in Iran.
When Ukraine's counteroffensive was fully declared a failure, when we accepted that it was a failure, I literally looked and said, "This is the beginning of World War III."
Yeah.
And they said, "What do you mean? You're crazy." And I said, "World War III is coming down the pipeline. They're going to try everything they can to stop Russia. They obviously couldn't. That counteroffensive was a massive information war and a massive evolution on the ground, and it did nothing. And
they
once
pivoted
that ended,
to Iran.
Exactly that.
And
tried
I really
to pivot to China. Remember, they tried in the beginning of the administration. They kept saying, "We're trying to pivot. We have better things to worry about." Then they realized, "Oh, we're not done yet." And so they really didn't know how to deal with China, especially with the trade stuff and making a deal. And so America doesn't know how to deal with anything besides violence. So,
give me your take. Do you think I know some people disagree with me on this. I think that empire is throwing its chips on the table. And I think those chips are going to be waged over Iran.
That's
one or two things.
I agree to a degree. I think there's an irrationality behind this. There's the unqualified, and I'm not joking. I mean, it's going to sound sarcastic, but there's nobody in the Trump's admin that is qualified to go to war. Name one. SecDef? No.
You don't think Hegseth is the
He's
Mars god of war?
Oh, well, he's the god of war. Does it mean like? I mean, these people are crazy. Like, they're not going to take us to no new wars. I'm like, the SecDef has a Deuce Volt tattoo on his arm. He wants to go on a crusade.
Yeah.
Like, he thinks he's Saint George. I'm going to go slay a dragon. Like, this guy's crazy. So, like, people are surprised. We're going to war? Yeah, you literally elected the guy who thinks he's a crusade. Like, what are you talking about? Of course he wants to kill Muslims.
They put in a TV personality.
Tattoo means I want to kill Muslims. Like, literally, Deuce Volt and infidel. Like, what are you talking? What am I doing here? Oh, it's just tattoos. They're just jokes.
Oh no, they're not.
Well, that's what
you don't put things on your body that are jokes.
Gaslighting themselves, but I do agree. There's a sense of desperation here. There's a sense of not a last hurrah, but like a final push or something. Like, we're going to do something crazy. Is that like that's the vibe that I feel?
I think they think it's slipping away.
I do
I think
too.
They think China is nearly out the barn.
Talking. I feel it in the words that they use. I feel it in when they go on their TV appearances. You feel this sense of panic. The sense of, I don't really understand what's happening. I don't understand why it's happening this way. So I do agree. There's a sense of it falling apart. There's something that's not being revealed. That's what really worries me about it, is that the people that we have trust, I don't trust her, or I don't like her, but maybe I trust her. Tulsi Gabbard. She was somebody that people really hung their hat on. Came out last week or a week or two ago and said, there's no evidence that there's any development of nuclear weapons in Iran.
Right.
Period. 2 days ago.
And she put out another video.
Defeated. Right. Yeah. Defeated. Completely defeated. She said, I agree with she said, I'm going along with what Trump is saying. Like, I'm going along with the plan.
To be fair, she put out a video that effectively said, we need to avoid nuclear war. Mm-hmm. It was like a 3-minute video.
I'm not saying that she's lying about either or. I think that she was forced or made to capitulate and say, I'm just going to go along with this war, even though she's our most outspoken anti-war voice in the cabinet.
No, you misunderstand.
She posted that video on her personal account, which is important.
Right.
And
it was her way of trying to say
we should avoid this. Resign. The thing is falling apart. It's falling apart. Yeah. But the other thing is, and I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole, is that you have technocrats. They require this war. Who's in charge? I say the technocrats, and I think they're going to get their war.
I think they're going to get their war, but it's not going to be what they.
No, it's not going to be what they expected. We're talking about tech bros that LARP as Cruz, as they call themselves Bronze Aegis. They're computer guys. Okay, let's all be real. But yes, they do think that they're going to go to war. Elon meant a lot of things when he said we have the spaceships and they don't. They have all the technology. They think they're untouchable. They're going to go to Mars. They can fight wars with this technology. Look at Anduril. Palmer Luckey is talking about making weapons that make decisions on their own. So that's what this is about. And she's right when at least she's accurate, Masha Zakharova, when she says empire. Or when people refer to it as empire, because that's exactly what it is. It's not even a state anymore. It's a
Right.
borderless, stateless empire. It's just the technocrats. And we are the cudgel, pretty much.
I will tell you, one of the first few things that's going to happen in a war with the U.S. is that they're going to knock that shit out the sky. Those satellites are going to, meaning an over-reliance
They're
on
already
technology.
talking about it, Jamarl. They're already talking about it. The people, I understand they're flooding the zone. This is not like their onus can't even be on people who work a normal job, because I can barely keep up. And all I do is stare at a laptop all day.
Yeah.
But there's things coming out. They're talking about, we're going to put Starlink in there and do the coup. They already said it. Elon said, we're going to do a coup. Starlink is hooked up in Iran. Like, if people don't start waking up to what's actually going on, like, we're being cooed too. The technocrats, the tech sector is cooing our government. Whether Donald Trump's in on it or not doesn't matter. The government that we know, the government as we know it, the institutions are being usurped, subverted, and cooed. Period. They're all infiltrated. What did we find out yesterday, Jamarl? That Palantir runs the software the IAEA uses to inspect Iran.
Which is why they pulled out of that nonsense.
Too late.
Well, it's not too
I
late.
know that not too late on Iran's part. I'm saying it's too late in general. How nobody even knew they were using Mosaic since 2018. Who else has the IAEA been inspecting since 2018? I don't know. Zaporozhye power plant.
I mean, these institutions can't be trusted. I mean, like, I think
that was the point, Jamarl.
Yeah.
They eroded all of our international institutions. We don't trust the ICJ anymore. We don't trust the ICC. Israel spent 2 years discrediting the UN. We don't trust them either because they didn't do anything for Palestine. And now we're hearing the UN is running Palantir software to check on MPT sites around the world to keep them, to keep them in line for America. And, even the Russians came out at one point and said, and it's my fault too. I missed all of this. I didn't know that Palantir was involved with the IAEA, but it was Russia who came out and said there's false positives. These are dirty tests. And Iran had not had a violation in over 20 years, ever. Never had a violation. Since 2018, they've had 60 surprise inspections. And then March 31st, they violated the agreement.
maybe I'm more cynical on this than you are. I don't believe there's international law. I don't believe in any of these international laws.
No, I don't either. But that's what I'm saying. This is showing. All of this stuff kind of shows. And that's a lot of the reason why the technocrats are doing it this way. They're showing the anarchy. We can.
But I prefer them to show the anarchy because it's honest.
It's but
like when Mike Flynn comes out,
control it at the end of the day.
That's true. When Mike Flynn comes out and he says the quiet part out loud, like, hey, we need to, destroy Iran. We need to get involved because we need to go after China. And we need to do this and that. And I'm like, tell me more. That's honest. Don't give me this shit about nuclear weapons. Like you have Ritter screamed about nuclear
when
weapons.
you look at the other side and it's like they don't want help with air defenses. And you're like,
that's the other part. That's
okay, but you don't understand that Lindsey Graham says he wants to nuke you, right? Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they understand that these people are insane. So it's good that they're showing me the anarchy, but it also terrifies me because nobody's going to stop them from taking over. What does Littlefinger say? Chaos is a ladder, and whoever climbs to the top and controls the chaos, and that's all Palantir's doing, getting to the top and controlling the chaos, and then they're going to be the overlord. These people are globalists. They want no borders for them. We get borders. They want us kind of, sequestered in these certain statelets. They want to put them under corporations. Honestly, they want Palantir to say run the United States, and then Anduril will run Canada. And then you'll pick and choose according to your job and what company you like the most. And so that's what they want to get out of this anarchy, this anarchic system, is this sort of weird statecraft for, we call them normies, but regular people. And they live in a borderless, stateless, almost moneyless society.
I don't think it's going to work that way. I will tell you this in my mind, and you can take
Who's going to stop them?
I think one or two things is true. We have pushed the envelope to such a degree that they are terrified that they are losing control. And because they're terrified they're losing control, they're making mistakes. And the people who are coming up with these war plans and everything else are more and more incompetent. This is not 50 years ago where the US had this kind of unmitigated power. They see their power slipping away. And what I mean that in a geopolitical sense, now I agree with you, it is incompetent for Iran to not accept the S-400s. I don't give a shit what strings are attached. The notion that there's a monster coming to your gates, a vampire, and you're like, yeah, we'll work it out. No, this is not a time to go as a lone ranger and you go bare-chested on a horse. You need to have friends. And those friends need to work in coordination to understand that Western powers, these guys are, they're doing everything in their power to cling on to power. They believe that if we just let things go the way they are, we will lose. That is in their minds. They can look at China, they can look at Russia, they can look at the BRICS nations, they can look at all these other nations that are evolving in a way where they get to the point of, we need you less and less. And they can't stand it. Look at Europe. Europe barely has a tech sector. Germany might have been the strongest country in Europe. They being completely deindustrialized.
Yeah, but Palantir already took Europe over. They already own all of the national health systems. They own all the data. This is not about American firepower. Like, people are getting it twisted. American firepower is the proxy. The technocrats, they're taking over everything.
No, it's not that I think it's about American firepower. I think it's about global control. And they may use Palantir.
Correct.
Or these tech companies may use.
Palantir has already said, I'm loyal to America and I defer to Israel.
They're not loyal to anybody but themselves. Let's be honest.
Doesn't matter. That's what we're using to beat the world.
I know, sir. I understand that we use technology to go after and accomplish our objectives.
No, you're not understanding. They're subverting and infiltrating governments. So it doesn't matter if we don't have to fight them in the end because Palantir is inside of them. Same thing with the NHS. Palantir is inside of the NHS.
Yeah.
These companies are getting contracts with Palantir. They're not realizing they're bringing a Trojan horse into their homes. So that's what a lot of it has to do with. This war in Iran also has to do with Palantir because Palantir just scored enormous contracts in the Gulf, and they're setting up huge servers and AI out there. Who did they start killing in Iran? The AI experts. Who found them? I don't know. Probably the companies that talk about how they fucking find anybody anywhere. Palantir and Anduril.
The moment that they go into the U.S. attacks Iran, which it will,
they're not going to go in on the ground.
No. Even if they have air and bombing campaigns, Iran is going to destroy Saudi Arabia and those. Look, Saudi Arabia can say we don't have anything to do with this all they want. That's not going to save their ass.
No, they won't. They'd be crazy if they did that. What's the amount of firepower that's inside of Saudi that belongs to the United States will flatten Iran.
Okay. We'll see. If it comes down to an existential war and an existential conflict, all bets are off.
They don't even want air defense, Jamarl. You think they're going to light an oil field on fire?
Yes, I do. Why would they
not accept defensive measures, but they're going to go offensive and not only start a war with the West, but they're going to start a war with Saudi Arabia, who they just normalized with.
They didn't start a war with anybody. And I don't believe Saudi Arabia for a heartbeat that Saudi Arabia is a trustworthy actor.
It doesn't matter. Iran and Russia play by international law.
Iran has just been attacked by the United States.
Doesn't matter. They play by international law.
All of those quisling governments that are associated with it are fair game. They've said as much. Now, they could be lying. Fair enough. I don't think they are.
They're going to attack the largest American airbase on the planet?
It's an American airbase, yes.
They're not going to attack
yes.
No way.
If my state, let me ask you this. If you think,
you're talking about you and I would have air defenses 3 years ago. That's where I would be at. I'd have air defenses and a freaking orange stick sitting inside of my mosque. I would not care.
I agree with you about the air bases. I agree with you about the air power. If your state is going down in smoke, is all options on the table? Yeah or nay?
That's literally what's happening.
Yes, exactly. Precisely.
So why don't they want any help?
They don't want help now. Maybe later. I mean, meaning if you notice Syria, think back to Syria for a moment.
Everything is going to be too late.
Think back to Syria for a moment. Syria was in a position where I know it hurts. Syria was in the position where it was getting crushed. It had lost a large majority of its territory. Assad was clinging on to like grim death. And at the end, you get Iran and Russia comes back in order to take back most of the territory. I think they took back 90%. Meaning it may take a while for them to acknowledge what we are saying. And what we are saying is, dude, they are trying to destroy you.
And
Full
they're
stop.
saying, we don't want any help.
I don't get it. That part, look, I don't get it. I don't have a model for it. Like in my model, my model was they're going to attack Iran. They're doing everything in power to do
this
so.
was going to happen.
My model said Iran is going to destroy Israel, or the very least hurt them greatly. My model said the U.S.
hurt them, but I have my suspicions, honestly. Last night is very suspicious. Very suspicious.
What do you
Especially
mean?
understanding as a war reporter or somebody that's reporting on this conflict, the immediate crackdown on Israel over the last 72 hours was severe. We're used to those sorts of media crackdowns in Israel. In Ukraine. We understand how these things work. We watched the videos, we saw the edicts or whatever you want to call them, rules. It said, basically loose slips sink ships. It's very hard. For the one day, not yesterday, might have been the day before, I was having an incredibly hard time verifying things. Nobody could geolocate anything. So we weren't really posting any of the booms. We could only verify one. So I posted one. Then last night, all of a sudden, the really cool, the air show starts from Iran. It was a great strike. It was a small
And then everything
strike,
is shown. Yeah.
But I was like, this is bad. This is really bad.
Well, they're trying to create a pretext for the U.S. to get involved.
Exactly that.
Yeah. But we knew the U.S. was going to get involved. I didn't need the pretext. I knew they were going to do it. As a flat fact, in the same way I believed the sun was going to come up in the morning, I knew the U.S. was going to go. There is no way they were going to let their client go down in this way. This is an
They're
existential.
trying to fight a war. They've been wanting to fight Russia, and they can't. So, they're trying to fight a war. And Israel is always down for a war.
Until they get their ass kicked and then start crying for America to come in.
Which is what's kind of happening.
Which is what's going to happen. Yes.
And I think that's also part of what happened last night. I think it was a guilt or a empathy campaign.
It is.
We hit a hospital. It's like you literally just hit a hospital in Iran 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Or they hit a hospital. It's like,
It's like, dude, we have a military compound underneath your hospital
that are functioning. I don't know what do you want me to say here? What do you want?
They have a military compound under their hospital, literally.
Doesn't even matter. I don't even care. This is gonna. Never mind. I was gonna say something awful, but you might.
I don't give a shit if they hit their hospital.
Care what kind of hospital? Honestly, last night I was
it.
relieved when I said, "Oh, good, it's an IDF hospital," because I don't want the international outrage. But in my mind, I'm like, I don't give a shit what kind of hospital.
I don't give a shit.
A children's hospital or like an animal hospital. I don't care. Like, go.
I don't want them to hit an animal hospital because I feel that the animals are innocent. I think the dogs are innocent.
Exactly. Not an animal
Everything else is fair
not
game.
a children's hospital. Everything else, I don't really care. And if you make your hospital into a military target, that's actually a war crime. That's the war crime, not striking it. So Israel already and that's what I said last night. My girlfriend, she's Armenian, born in Persia, born in Iran. She's not old enough to be born in Persia, but she's born in Iran. Very attached to the place, very, very attached to the place, and she's understandably extremely worried. And when they hit the hospital, she was losing her mind. And I was like, it's an IDF hospital. It's an IDF. Like I had to So I think that's the narrative we need to make, not narrative, but that is the understanding that we need to keep pushing. This was an IDF hospital by international law. It's fair game. Iran and other countries like them follow international law to a T, and just, keep it clinical and non-emotional. Well, clinical, no pun intended, but non-emotional, and just say this was a legitimate military target.
It was, yeah.
IDF soldiers were inside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're upset, but this is not the false flag, or I don't want to say false flag, but this is not the attack that the United States needs to lose their minds over. I'm sorry. This just isn't it.
The U.S.
I know they want to. I know they're looking for the opportunity, but
they're looking for any pretext.
I know.
Any
it's
pretext.
Really bad.
And I got to be honest, I don't even know why they pretending for pretext.
Oh, do it.
Yeah, just do it. I am shocked that they're even setting that part up. It's like, dude, everybody know you're involved. It's your client. Who are you trying to who are you trying to convince? I strongly suspect they may have a false flag. They're going to use a media campaign. All that stuff is going to come into play. They have already been given talking points to various social media sites to try to push the war. So they're pushing for it. Donald Trump is for it. I know these people act like Donald Trump is a zygote. I'm sorry, he is the president of the United States. He's in on this stuff. They may have told him Israel can do it alone in the beginning, Maybe, maybe not. I don't think it matters. We are getting involved in a war. Your friend should be very worried. I am very worried for people who I've talked to who are in Iran. Yes, I am gleeful that Israel is being taken apart piece by piece in this way, but I know that there are going to be consequences for it later on. And I am worried that there's going to be a third world war. I think
There is. This is it.
I think this is it. I think this is going to be a maelstrom, and it's going to drag other countries kicking and screaming, China included. They can be booted, oh, we're going to be, 5,000 years history. We're going to take our time. Okay. We'll see how long that lasts. Yeah, I am deeply concerned. I think we're whistling past the graveyard.
Well, I mean, that's the blessing and the curse. You're like, they've been around so long that we know they're not going anywhere. They've been around, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep telling my girlfriend. I'm like, Iran is literally older than Jesus. It's not going anywhere. China is older than Jesus. You're not going to wipe China off the map. Like, literally, these are 5,000-year-old civilizations.
Yeah.
So they're not going anywhere. But that's also leads them to almost fatal patience. The strategic patience that gets them kind of eaten up in the end, because they know we're not going anywhere no matter what happens.
Yeah, I don't know this time. I don't think there's God above that makes a choice on whether or not Iran loses.
They do, though. Iran 100% believes that there is, and we have to respect that.
I don't care about their beliefs. I know that sounds brutal, but what I mean is there's look, babies get cancer, puppies die, right?
Yeah.
Good people get shot in the face. We've just watched the genocide take place. There is nothing that protects you. Everybody is insecure by definition. There is no protection. You're vulnerable, infinitely so. You can get hit by a stray toilet, from the space station tomorrow. There's nothing there that stops that, at least in my mind. And by the way, I'm not even an atheist, and I still believe that. And so, from my point of view, there's nothing that proves that Iran wins this. And even if they do come out of this where they can deny the enemy what they want, kind of like Yemen, where it's like we've denied the enemy what their objectives, that's still a cost. That's a heavy cost that they're effectively taking. So yeah, my heart goes out to all of this. I think this is fuckery, unnecessary fuckery. Just like I watched the Ukraine war take place. I'm like, oh my God, they're really pushing this. Like they're really pushing this. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a real war. Hundreds of thousands of people are losing their lives. Holy shit. That's astonishing. I was astonished by it. I'm not astonished anymore by this stuff. I look at this as the empire is moving to conquer the globe. And they're trying to strangle the baby in the crib before the baby can come out, meaning this multipolarity. I don't give a shit what Trump says about, oh yeah, we accept the multipolar world. Bullshit. You're doing everything in your power to stop it.
Yeah.
And Iran is the
they know China is the head of the snake. They're going after China every way they can, except militarily, because they're terrified of China militarily.
They would lose that militarily. That's right. They will lose it.
That's why Iran is on the table, because Iran said, no, I don't want any help.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
When
I saw that shit, I was floored.
I don't want any help from the two other largest militaries in the world. So the largest military and strongest military in the world says, you don't want any help? Bet.
He's like, okay.
Yep.
We can't force them. Putin, I love Putin.
The United States says it's going to be an easy one. They don't want any air defense. They don't want any bombs. Let's go. They didn't even want any F-30. They didn't even want the Su-35s because of the training program that came along with it. Even if Russia dropped the Su-35s off a year ago, they still wouldn't be flying them. People need to understand this. This is not how military sales and equipment works. They have to be trained. They need the whole platform. They need the repairs. They need everything, the maintenance. That takes years to set up. So even if the Su-35s were given when they signed the deal, they still wouldn't be flying them yet.
For me, the issue is air defense. Russia has the best air defense on the planet. And I was listening to this military analysis. They were pointing out there was like the U.S. just doesn't believe in it. They think they're going to have air superiority in every conflict. So they didn't necessarily invest heavily into it, that they're decades behind Russia on this. Russia has like layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of air defense. That seems to be the model. If you're Iran and you're dealing with an enemy that primarily uses air, like meaning planes, you would think that would be the thing that you're
especially when you don't have an air force to speak of, so you can't establish air dominance
superiority,
or anything. So if you don't have an air force to speak of, you need air defense. I mean,
would
the
love
other
to have.
night when the United States and Israel said we've achieved air superiority over Iran, they really had it. But what they were saying is we're free to fly anywhere we want. And what they were doing is they were flying over Iran to prevent them from firing missiles, and it was working.
Yeah, well, not anymore.
Hopefully
Not
not.
anymore. You're going to do this your
Hopefully
first
not.
short period of
They're
time.
both, Iran's adapting and figuring things out as they go along too. I mean, they haven't been in a hot war in a long time, and Israel's been fighting for over almost 2 years now. Well, not fighting, killing, but using weapons for over 2 almost
Thank
2
you.
years.
Thank you for the difference.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They've been using weapons on people for a very long time, so they're experienced with that. And Iran is learning. They're learning.
Thank you for the difference.
They got to regroup. They got to plan accordingly. These aren't stupid people. They're not Ukrainians. These aren't stupid people. The Iranians are incredibly smart.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to like an Iranian general or somebody who's in the Iranian military? I would be fascinated to get their take on what.
No, I can ask though. I have Iraqi military people. I can ask them.
What, please? Because I am bewildered by this, and maybe that's the way I'm thinking about it.
Your regular military, or it doesn't matter.
I
think you need to talk to regular military. I don't know if you're allowed to talk to the IRGC. Are you?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I am just super curious on if they say, well, we want to be independent. I get that. But buying a weapon system doesn't stop your independence. It's a weapon system. And right?
There's no such thing as independence when we start getting into these wars. Especially when they're talking about we're going to break BRICS.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if BRICS is just an economic bloc. It's not a military thing. It's not structured that way. They're doing this to prevent it from ever being structured that way. They don't want a competitor to NATO.
Yeah. But see, that's the rub. There is no such thing as an economic bloc without a military capacity to defend it. Just as
I know, but those mechanisms are not, I agree wholeheartedly. And I think that, I mean, BRICS is kind of a facade in a way. It's just loose. It's not, it doesn't mean, what does it do?
I think it's growing. It has grown to itself. That's what I think. I just think of it as something.
There's no infrastructure.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's what should be built. I mean, I'm not criticizing it. I think it's great. I love BRICS. But the infrastructure needs to be built. We can't put it, we don't even have an economic infrastructure inside of BRICS. We're going to have a military one. Not to mention, Iran was offered membership into CSTO. They declined it. They could have had a full coverage.
But they want to be bare-chested. They want to be bare-chested. They want to ride bare-chested.
I don't know.
There's a line. Cannabis, he's one of my favorite rap stars.
I'm not saying it's stupid. I think that there has to be a reason behind it. I just don't know it. So I'm kind of just trying to figure out.
I think it's just control. I think they feel that we want to be an independent player and we don't want to be under the auspices of anybody else.
I mean, then
it's fine, but shit, man. That's not what we
If you
are.
have Israel and the United States, I would think that you would want at least a strong ally to counter.
And Europe, the UK, Germany. I mean, you're effectively dealing with empire. So, Sarah, I've kept you way too long.
I don't care. Fine. We were having fun.
Yes. And I'm fascinated by this conversation because I was bewildered when I heard Putin say that.
I still am fascinated. I'm very confused. I know I contradicted myself a lot in here, so forgive me, guys, but I'm very confused by
You're consistent. I don't think you're confused. I think you're consistent.
I'm just kind of worried. And am I worrying? And I really do think that this BRICS does matter to me. I want it to get bigger and expand. Right. And what I'm seeing is this pattern of finding these sort of hotspots or these sort of nodes where either BRICS or especially Belt and Road, where Belt and Road is sort of established. That's why they went after Panama first. And that makes me nervous. The patience makes me nervous because maybe it's our selfishness. I'm like, well, I want to see it in my lifetime. I know you've been around for 5,000 years, so you can wait. But we can't wait. We're
Americans. We're Americans.
Yeah, we're Americans. We want it now.
No, I'm being serious. I'm being very serious. We're Americans. If you're talking to somebody who's from Asia, and they have this monk-like patience.
I don't want people to lose their sovereignty. I don't want cultures to be ruined. I don't want to see this stuff anymore. We saw so much destruction when ISIS went through the Middle East. That was heartbreaking watching them crush the history, the art, all of it. It was gut-wrenching, and they'll do that to Iran, and Iran's even older than some of those places, and a totally different culture. These are the Persians, and they will strip that culture from us, and that's a lot of what multipolarity is about. Especially if you read the book by Konstantin von Hofmeister, it talks about cultural and historical sovereignty. That's just as important as economic and military, and that's also what they want to destroy, and they will.
We don't believe in that stuff.
Yeah, we don't.
I think, look, I think our issue and our angst in this, and I guess I said I've been saying that I've become a horrible person over the course of the last few weeks, because there's been a bit of a shot of fraud where I've been like, "Ooh, this coffee is good," and playing videos of Israel getting pounded. But it's not me being a horrible person. I agree with you. From my point of view, there's a dog that needs to be put down. It is a rabid dog. That rabid dog has gone far too far, and it needs to stop. And unfortunately, we're looking at what, from our point of view, we look at this stuff as America is not fucking around. This is not about morality. This is not about ethics. This is not about international law. This is not about none of that stuff. America is not fucking around. It has a very specific objective that it wants to accomplish. And there may be incompetent people, but they make up for that incompetence with a certain level of sociopathy, right? We know that. It's in our bones. We know it. We live in this country. We see it. And you look at other countries and you think to yourself, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? There's a monster at your door, man. What are you doing? Right? There's an alien at your door. He's trying to probe you. He's trying to take your shit from you. And he doesn't care about your life. He doesn't care about your culture. He doesn't care that you've been there for 5,000 years. He doesn't care about any of that. He wants supremacy. That's it. That is his objective. That is his. If he needs to kill every last one of you to get it, he will do it.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, bare-chested. This is not the moment to be bare-chested, right? I need you to wear some armor. And I need you to have a nuclear shield by other countries that are willing to say, we will destroy you if you fuck with them in a nuclear capacity. If you want to die from nuclear oblivion, we will do it if you nuke them. Meaning you're going to have a fair fight between two proxies. There's a reason that the United States or that the U.S. has been hesitant to get involved in Ukraine, because they know the world will die in hellfire if so. Well, Israel or Iran doesn't have that nuclear shield. They don't have that nuclear option. And so the US can casually say, well, we'll get involved. Okay, well, that's a problem, right? If Russia was backing Iran purely as a proxy, as China was backing Iran, then it's a fight amongst proxies. And yeah, the bigger powers get involved, but those bigger powers are going to have to think to themselves, are we willing to die for Israel? The answer may be yes, the answer may be no, but it's a question. It's no longer a question because Iran is by itself. That is my concern. And I think that's our angst. You're by yourself fighting monsters. So I get where you're coming from. I don't think you're inconsistent. I think you're perfectly consistent. I think you're worried. I am worried also.
Freaked out. I'm really freaked out.
Yeah. I think even if Iran wins, it's going to be painful. I've had people on who are jubilant, but they're jubilant under this motto that there's going to be hell to pay. And there are going to be lives lost in epic numbers. But in their minds, this is just the way it works. This is how empires fall. And the sacrifices of those lives is the way it works. I am horrified by that sentiment. I'm an American, right? I'm horrified by that sentiment. But if you live in that region and you've seen that much death for decades, your point of view will conform to it. And you may come to the conclusion, hey, we may have to risk to that 2 million people. We may have to give up 10 million people in order to liberate or to destroy empire. That is the way some people think. That horrifies me. It freaks me out. So I think we're on the same page on this one.
I think so. Hopeful, but worried.
Deeply worried.
Mm-hmm.
Deeply worried. Which is why I'm enjoying the pictures that are coming out now. Because I anticipate.
Be careful. I'm trying to be very mindful of what I post. I'm like, I don't want to look like I'm celebrating anything. I don't want to get bad karma. I don't want the Israelis to get mad at me. I'm trying not to gloat. Like, you know how that goes? Because even in Russia, we don't gloat until we know we can, and we don't know that we can yet. So let's not gloat just yet.
I think horrible things are coming. So I'm going to enjoy my coffee now because I know horrible things are coming.
All right.
So,
You guys have a good weekend. ddgeopolitics.com. And
by the way, when is your next show? Just so the
Sunday.
audience
But I
know.
will be on Rachel Blevins tomorrow if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, Sunday, next show.
Rachel Blevins is fantastic. She's awesome.
Of course.
She's awesome. You have a good one. By the way, if you guys ever want me, let me know. I know it's late, but I gotta be honest, I've been my schedule is shit.
We don't even have one anymore. I think I sleep about 3-4 hours a night and I'm happy. I'm like, that's great. Let's go. Like I'm a mess.
I've been getting to bed at 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
I haven't been to the gym or yoga in like 4 days. It's really bad.
Are you serious? You're usually wake up for this show and be like, I'm going to.
Yep, going to yoga in the gym. I haven't been, but it's okay. You know, it's part of it.
It's the job.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, you have a fantastic day. I thank you for this. I really do.
Right. Have a good weekend. We'll talk soon.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Sarah Bils is awesome. I love her to death. Bubbly, attractive, knows her stuff. She's awesome. She is independent journalist, U.S. Navy veteran, and co-founder of DD GeoPolitics. And we have come to the end. And just to put, I guess, a button before we leave. It is true. It is true. I tend to be transparent when I do the show. Transparency can be a double-edged sword, right? I just tell you what I'm thinking. It just is what it is. And there are times where that is love and light. There are times where it's the Star Trek-esque world that I want, which is true. But I am practical to fault. And in being practical to fault, I understand the virtue signaling of some who are very squeamish around the stuff. I'm not. I'm squeamish around it, yes, but I'm squeamish in the sense that I don't like seeing monsters prey upon the weak. I don't. And when those monsters get their comeuppance, I celebrate that. Think of it what you will, right? Despite that celebration, I am deeply concerned that hell is about to break loose in the Middle East. And I know you might say, well, Jamal, dude, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. That is very true. And as Sarah pointed out, Israel is prolific at killing people. They're very good at shooting women and children in the back, starving people, killing, raping, all this stuff. That is true. But at some point, the United States is going to move, meaning Goliath is going to make a move, because Goliath has always wanted to make this move to take out Iran. Israel was just a proxy to do it. There are some weapons inspectors that have been pushing this stuff for a while, that this is about nukes. I don't know why they think that. You would think that they would be smart enough to know better. Apparently they don't. They're Johnny-come-latelys. This has always been about empire, and been about the expansion of that empire to get to the point of effectively global domination, taking one portion of the globe at a time. They consider the BRICS, or at the very least this coordination of energies among China, Russia, and Iran, as a fulcrum. And the weak part of that fulcrum, from their assessment, is Iran. They thought it was Russia. They got their ass kicked. In which case they say, okay, we need to turn our focus to Iran. Iran is by itself. Iran decides it doesn't want air defense. Iran wants to be an independent actor. Fair enough. Iran is not having a fight with Israel. Iran is having a fight with the United States. It needs to grasp that deeply. It is having a fight with Germany. It's having a fight with the UK. It's having a fight with Europe. 14% of the globe, of the white world, that is backed, or let's say that is pushed by the US. It's putting its chips on the table in a desperate plea, because it understands in real terms that it is slipping away, that this power, this control, that it's had over the globe for all of this time is slipping away. And this is their means of doing it. Chaos as an agent of maintaining control and power. You saw it take place in Syria. You saw it take place in Ukraine with these Nazis that knocked over the government of Ukraine. You saw it go rummaging around with ISIS going throughout the Middle East. The Bush administration reshaping the Middle East with American power. It might have taken 30 years in the making, but that 30 years is culminating right now in Iran. My concerns is kind of what I pointed out to Sarah. There is no God above that indicates that Iran wins. And even if they do win, it is dealing with prolific killers. And those prolific killers don't care about hitting hospitals, don't care about destroying infrastructure, don't care about murdering people. Their first strike was a decapitation strike. Don't care about putting out propaganda, which is why I said that they shouldn't give a shit about propaganda or anything coming out of the West in regards to media, or for that matter, international bodies. They don't care about that stuff. They care about winning. If these countries don't recognize that and realize that there's a shared objective going forward, which I think they do, so don't misunderstand me when I'm saying this. I'm not saying this like they're unaware of it. And as events evolve, who knows what happens? And I think therein lies my concern, because I do think events will evolve. I do think they'll be hard pressed to let Iran topple. I do think in the short term, they're seeing let it play out, see what happens. Maybe Israel stops. Maybe the US doesn't get involved. Maybe we don't have to put our chips on the table, especially now when Iran seems to be dominating Israel in this kind of back and forth war of lobbying things at each other. But the moment Leviathan moves, choices will have to be made. And that is a terrifying outcome. Oh, that is a terrifying outcome. Once again, like Ukraine, never needed to come to this. Never needed to throw chips on the table in regards to trying to knock down Russia militarily and economically to damage their own economies and everything else. But I use it, this is somewhat of a rule that I've said before, racist people don't look at the world clearly. And that is, if karma exists, it lies there. Racist people don't see the world clearly. Yes, they're sociopaths, but ultimately they look at the world in a jaded point of view that underestimates the capability of their opponent because they're racist about the capability of their opponents. They add all of these things, these extras to people as if those aren't real people that have minds that are capable in their own right. And they're shocked to shit when reality comes at them in the form of a Muslim fist pounding their country to the ground. America is now going to enter the fray. Ideally. I could be wrong. We'll see. What that looks like, I don't know. Is that an air campaign with Donald Trump doing a bombing and saying, okay, we got it? And what is Iran's response if they do that? Is it something more significant where Iran says the integrity of the state is at stake? So all bets are off, fuck it, and take down those carriers. I disagree with Command Chief Fritz. Not disagree. It's not that I think taking down those carriers are easy. I just think they can do it. And I think a missile swarm of hypersonic missiles will decimate the American fleet. I don't think they are ready. I don't think they are completely prepared for what they're coming up against. I think Donald Trump is incompetent. I think Hegseth is incompetent. I think the people around them are Zionists. I think they're incompetent. And I think they're about to engage into a military campaign grotesquely unprepared for what is going to happen. I could be wrong. I'm not a military guy, right? We'll see. And that's the unfortunate part. We will ultimately see. So yes, I will enjoy my coffee while I can, because I think what's coming up next is going to be that much more, let's say, less enjoyable. Less enjoyable. Let's go to the chat before I close this out. Jesus Christ, 36. What the fuck? What the fuck? What was being said when you guys were freaking out? All right, let's go through them. Kavan Slims, when Trump was elected, I told you there will be war with Iran, but you said Trump was coming into the White House as a new reality. Guess I was right. Yeah, you were. I mean, look, I don't think I ever said Trump was a peacemaker. I think if anything, I said he might have been less inclined to make war. And to my credit, which I will say to my credit on this, I wasn't an ideologue about it. I was wait and see. Let's see what he does. When I get new information, I change my point of view. And when it became very clear that, okay, obviously this guy is not, like this is not a peacemaker per se. This guy is not feeling some kind of way about the wars. This guy's dishonest to the core. I responded accordingly. I guess my point is, I was never an ideologue on this stuff. I was open to Trump if he was willing to move in a particular direction. He was not. This is obviously who he is. So, come on. You were right. You're right. Yes, I am open to information. I'm not an ideologue about this stuff. Iranian kiddo, your guess is angry, hysterical, and very rude to Iranians. In my opinion, gonna skip this time. She's not. She's not. And hear me out. She is freaked out. There's a difference. Iranian kiddo, she's freaked out. Well, I hope you're still here because I want you to hear this. She's freaked out. Hysterical. I always think it's funny when people call people hysterical, so fair enough. I think the last part that Sarah said is the part that sticks more than anything else. How you might not like how she articulated it, fair enough. And you might think she's being rude, fair enough, right? Accept it. I accept it. I understand. I respect it. But we are freaked out. We are deeply, deeply freaked out. We are deeply freaked out because we have watched people get killed on a daily basis. We've watched it. It is our job to watch it. And when you watch that and you see them moving to take down another country, that country being Iran, there's side quarterbacking. Like, meaning in every situation, whether it's a political event, whether it's a military event, you have people who are on the sides, especially when they have a side and they don't want an outcome to take place. They get paranoid. They get freaked out. They question the choices that the countries are making. For fuck's sake, the video that I did when this first happened, I was excoriating to the leadership in Iran for allowing that to take place. Why? It wasn't because I was trying to be an asshole to Iran. It was because I didn't want that outcome to take place. You are seeing pent-up energy and nerves in somebody who is very freaked out about what is a potential outcome that they don't want to see come to fruition. So I do get it. I get that you don't like what she was saying and how she was communicating it. But understand where it was coming from wasn't from a place of negativity. It was coming from a place of, oh my God, I don't want this to happen. These people are killers. These people are monsters. I don't want this to take place. That's where it's coming from. I hope you're still here because I want you to hear that. I want you to understand that. This is not from a bad place. This is from a place of being freaked the fuck out. What is this? Arnold Lewis. Iran raised a red flag. It's like telling a rape victim, you asked for it, you're too hot, the victim is violate. No dress code. No, it is not. God damn, it's not. It's not. What we are saying, I'm going to say we. I'm going to associate myself with her. If I know as a flat fact, that there's a neighborhood and the neighborhood has vampires in it, like in True Blood. And I walk through that neighborhood, not wearing anything. I'm going to get attacked and they're going to suck my blood and I'm going to die. Now, let's say it's not a neighborhood that you're walking through. Let's say it's just a neighborhood you live in, meaning your physical location is there. And they are sociopaths that are looking to kill you and destroy you. And you've seen them destroy these other countries, and you know you're next. It is not blaming the victim to say that the victim should try to defend itself through any means that it can defend itself, especially when it is dealing with sociopaths. That's not wrong for me to say. That's not saying, oh my God, her dress is so short. That's not the same thing. Those are very different things. You know, I don't give a shit if she's wearing a short dress. You shouldn't rape that person. I don't give a shit what is taking place in regards to Iran. You shouldn't invade and overthrow that place. But the reality of it is, their mindset is to destroy Iran. Full stop. Iran has to know that. Because Iran should and have to know that, these are just factors of state, right? The first priority of any state is to defend itself. So it freaks us out when we hear Putin say they didn't want air defense. It freaks us out. It's the best air defense in the world. They don't want it. It freaks us out. That's not the same thing as a rape victim. I'm sorry, it's not. I don't buy the comparison. Iran didn't refuse any help. She's just yapping. Russia sold the Su-35 batch to Algeria instead. Okay. I have shown the video with Putin saying, and by the way, she didn't attack Iran for that. Her point in that, God, man, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here because I don't want you to leave I don't want you to leave in a huff. Her point was that it didn't matter whether Iran got the Su-35s. She even said as much. They couldn't be used in a short time frame. It took Romania, 10 years to get the F-15s or something like that, all the infrastructure and everything else up in place for them to build an air force. So it wouldn't matter. I think we are more so yapping about, if we're going to use the term yapping, about the S-400s. I have to be very honest with you. I thought, and many of the people who were giving analysis thought that the S-400s were already there. Yeah, I just hope you understand where it's coming from. It's not coming from a horrible place. Aris for fries. Sarah, who do you think is going to win this? Oh, God. Sarah can't answer that. Iranian kiddo. Iran didn't expect any help from Russia. Russia don't even sell fighter jets to Iran. I doubt they even offered the S-400. Notoriously, it took years for Putin to sell the S-300 to Iran. Okay, that's different. We're in a different climate. Come on. We're in a different climate. Putin himself said he offered. I've seen commentary from Iranian ministers who said that they didn't want the assistance. Like they wanted to be unaligned. So this is not coming out of nowhere. That might have been true before the Ukraine war. When the Ukraine war happened, all bets were off. I think Russia saw this world in a fundamentally different place. And yeah, I don't think Putin's lying openly in this, nor do I think the Iranian ministers are lying when they said they didn't want the help. They wanted to be on their own. They wanted to be left to their own devices. Obviously, China has been dumping a huge amount of military equipment into Iran. Russia and Iran still have a strategic partnership. And to make the point clear, why did it take Iran so long for the parliament to finalize the strategic partnership between Russia and Iran? It took up until the point where they were literally at war. So, when we're pointing this out, we're not wrong for pointing this out. I mean, come on, be fair. Sir Mike Salat, during a recent live interview with Scott Ritter, a clip of thunder sounded when Scott mentioned that China might use Iran to invade Taiwan. Wait a minute. Say that again. During a recent interview of Scott Ritter, a clap of thunder sounded when Scott mentioned that China might use Iran to invade Taiwan. Are you serious? He says stupid shit. He just does. The notion that the United States was going to launch an unprovoked, out of the blue, nuclear attack on Iran was outlandish. The notion that you would sit on an alternative, somewhat opposition media channel and make the argument that, well, the U.S. is the U.S., Iran is Iran, so Iran needs to effectively bend over if the U.S. wants them to. And it's like, okay, yeah, but you realize that the moment that they lose sovereignty, they lose sovereignty. Like, you think, and in his mind, he seemed to not know that this was about the destruction of the Iranian state. He seemed to honestly believe this was about nukes. And so for months, he went on talking about nukes. And it's like, fuck is wrong with you? And when you point out, like, he has a post on Twitter, like in March or something, where he's like, yeah, you know, Iran is something about their nukes, the weapons, and everything else. And I put out and said, this is why American conceptualism is a problem. And this is why the empire is dying and needs to die. And I use Ritter as an example of how, A, this American exceptionalism is outrageous. And B, he should have sense enough to know that this was not about nukes. The man was apparently working in response to the Iraqi missile program. They used him, even he understood that, to try to create a justification for war with Iraq. Okay. How are you in that situation? And then you look at this situation and act like it's about nukes. It's bizarre to me. So if we are talking about stuff on the battlefield, perfectly fair game, no issue. If we're talking about strategic thinking, he is not the person I will call. If that is what he said, what they were going to use China or Iran to evade, it's fucking absurd. It's just absurd. It's just fucking laughable. I understand that people bring him on the show. They bring him on the show because he gets a lot of views. He's very bombastic, but he usually doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's usually wrong. And it's that more than anything else. I'm flying bored. Iran made a mistake by bragging about increasing uranium to 6%. They never should raise a red flag in front of a bull, which is Israel and the US. Yes and no. Yes and no. For one, they didn't break international law, nor did they do anything to violate the non-proliferation treaty. I have difficult saying that word. So they did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. It was the objective of the US to overthrow that government, regardless. The nuclear weapons is a pretext. They have every right to do that. Fuck, I would go further. They should have built a nuke by now. It is a dereliction of duty of state for them to not have a nuclear weapon right now. So there's that. Two, Israel has nukes. So don't give me this shit about 60% is waving a red flag in front of a bull. Israel has nukes that are undeclared and that are not even tested, meaning by the non-proliferation treaty, basically by the IAEA. And IAEA is a captured institution in and of itself, so they're a pointless endeavor. None of this stuff is being done honestly and fairly, nor is it being talked about honestly in a way that it is actively functioning. So their point, an enrichment to 60%, which is again legal, they've done nothing wrong. Their point is to have a negotiation tactic, meaning we need something to negotiate with you with. We stuck by the JCPOA. You pulled out. So fuck it. We're going to go with our rules under international law. We're going to go up to 60%. That's what we're going to do. And if we need to make that quick step, we may do that. But we don't have an objective to do that. We're looking for a bargaining chip. Let's enter into an agreement. Let's get rid of these sanctions and move on. Because otherwise, what did they have to bargain with to get rid of the sanctions? That was the thinking. This has nothing to do with nukes. It's nothing to do with nukes. So Flamboyant, I get it. And now the other one has more context. That's what she meant, like you're blaming the victim. I agree with her. You're blaming the victim on this one. The problem is the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, just incompetent, naive, and weak. That's some good coffee. That's some good coffee. Auntie Ann, we need to understand there's illegal oligarchs in Russia. Could their politicians be blackmailed too? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. If you notice, I don't cover the internal politics of Russia because that's not my, I look at the stuff in the geopolitical sense of what's taking place around the world and the movements around the world. I couldn't go into what is happening internally in the country itself. I don't have that level of clarity. Mark may, Arno may. And they tend to be rather straightforward when they talk about this stuff. So I'll ask them about it. Thank you for helping me understand the reasoning of all this going on News is general and appreciate you. Well, Mama Thomas, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. She's like, oh my God, my kid is becoming a heartless asshole. Wanda USA, Iran doesn't want to be responsible for World War III. No, they do not. No, they do not. But Wanda, Iran didn't want a war either. Didn't want a war either. The Palestinians didn't want to have 100,000 of them killed either. I would imagine Bashar al-Assad would prefer to be in Syria right now. I would imagine the Alawites that were massacred and murdered, and the Christians that were murdered in Syria would prefer to be alive and not be massacred either. It's not about what I want. It's not what I want. I would love to have a functional kidney. I would love for people to have Medicare for all or healthcare. I would love for the U.S. people in the U.S. not to die 10 years younger. Oh God, there's plenty of things I would love. It's not about that. Not about my wants. Most things, many things are not about your wants. I would imagine most people would prefer not to have to work 40, 50 hours a week to make ends meet. I hope you get my point. I'm being over the top and pushing this down. There are monsters that are coming to your gates. Your wants are replaced by your needs in that moment. So no, I don't think Iran wanted to start World War III. They did everything in their power to avoid this war. Everything in their power. It didn't matter. Everything that they did, every level of appeasement only brought this war closer and closer to their gates. So I agreed. They didn't want it. But Lord knows they're going to have to fight it either way. Sparky. If it makes you feel better, Ambassador Mike Huckabee is an oh God, you're fucking me with that word. Eschatological Christian who's on video in recent years speaking gleefully about the apocalypse happening. So Jesus returns in his lifetime. I know those people are terrifying, ain't it? Those people are terrifying. In their mind, the apocalypse happens, all of these people are raised to heaven and blah, blah, blah. Iranian kiddo, Israel attacked Iran's heavy water reactor today. I saw that. That's why Iran came down hard, as they should. But Iranian kiddo, why does it take them to do that for them to come down hard? I understand. This is cultural chauvinism on my part. I'm an American. When we attack a place, we take down water, rail, lights, power. We take down all that shit. Our objective is to decapitate the state, to make it far easier for us to invade that state and destroy that state. I understand that Iran may not have the ability to go after Israel in regards to the thing. I understand there's a psychological warfare associated with this. I understand about holding your powder to a certain degree. But there are certain elements of state that should have been decimated. Should have been decimated. I love the financial district. That brings glee to my heart. Destroying Haifa, destroying the energy grid. So again, brings glee to my heart. I don't care if they hit hospitals, if I'm being honest with you, especially when you have a military base under the hospital. There's that. If they hit Iran's nuclear power center, Iran needs to be willing to hit theirs. I guess in my mind, there needs to be a one-to-one relationship if Iran is going to be on the escalatory ladder. You hit our television stations, we're hitting yours. You hit our hospital, we hit yours. You hit, I think, we hit yours. That sounds brutal, but fuck, man. They are literally bombing hospitals that are not military targets in the least. They are bombing TV stations that are not military targets in the least. They are intentionally trying to inflict civilian casualties in the way that they did in Gaza, or for that matter, Syria. That seems to be their military doctrine. Okay, fair enough. If it's fair game for one, it's fair game for the other, especially at the point where you gain air dominance over Israel. From my point of view, turn it to Gaza. Turn that shit to glass. Social emotional learning with Dr. Donnie. U.S. trans sleeper cells. Jewish Iran Mossad agent in the U.S. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. The man right, Chia. Israel is testing the ground for Iranian missiles. They might be. They may be. I mean, it's a war, right? They're trying to figure out how to go after each other. I think Israel is shocked at the ferocity that Iran has been able to deliver. I don't know why they're shocked. Honest to God, I don't know why they're shocked. If you remember when I was talking to Sarah the first time around, and I was like, just because you don't fight doesn't mean you can't fight. They're going to run into a buzzsaw. They're racist. They've gotten so accustomed to just shooting kids in the back with people throwing rocks that they're going to have to deal with the proper military. And they're not prepared for that. I was right. I was right. I'll stick with that. F Israel. Yeah, fuck Israel. Sparky. Yes, fuck Israel. And Cat Ferguson, super sticker. Thank you, Cat Ferguson. I appreciate that. Sparky, President Trump can redeem himself. No, I can't. Instantly with MAGA and much of the world by having 2 U.S. Navy carrier groups go after Israel after Iran. He is not going to do that. He's not going to do that. He can redeem himself by saying, we are not assisting Iran in this. They're on their own. Just say that, right? Iran went rogue, or Israel went rogue. We didn't have a good thing to do with it. We don't want to bring the world to the brink of a 3rd World War. We're staying out of it. Wishing us suckers. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do it. Friend, hi. For the goodwill people in the United States or whoever are deceived like this. What is that? Jen Jags? What? For the goodwill people in the United States or whoever who are deceived, like with Gene Jabs. I don't know who Gene Jabs is. Is that somebody on the? Oh God, that must be somebody else. Days and Raid and Super Sticker. Thank you. Look, guys, you guys might not know this because this stuff happens behind the scenes. Many of these shows get demonetized because we are just plowing directly into war. From my point of view, we're nearly on the brink of war. My fight is to point out that this is fucking insane. That is, you know, the greatest extinguishing of my abilities, at the very least at the moment. Not in the States, so I can't necessarily go to protests, but at the very least, I can try to grow this platform and scream at the height of my lungs that this is insane, this is crazy, that we are doing this on behalf. It's not even on behalf, it's just empire trying to maintain itself. And is this really what you want your country to be doing? You spent $10 trillion in Iraq. Why is this okay? At least this time around, there seem to be more voices that's calling out saying, hey, why are we doing this? This is insane. Even people on the right. When the Iraq war happened, you had like Donahue, and they got rid of Donahue. So we will see. False flag is weird to me. The United States is already attacking Iran. So if Iran takes down a carrier, they're already at war. From my point of view, I mean, I know that's brutal, but it's true. Correction, or want to leave. Yes, we will see if that happens, Sparky. But I don't think he's going anywhere. Sparky, many Israelis left and want to leave. Yes. I'm choosing Garland Nixon's Samsonite option. The Garlands are that, the Samsonite option. They are making it illegal for them to leave. I don't know if you realize that. There was reporting, and I think Command Chief Fritz even mentioned it. There was reporting that they effectively passed laws to say that you can't leave, because if they did, millions would leave, which would effectively destroy the state of Israel. Like, what does it look like when you have 2 million people, like what, 1/3 of the country to say, fuck it, we're out, and go back to their actual countries, as opposed to, you know, squatting on somebody else's land. It looks like your country is dying. That's what it looks like. And so what Netanyahu did was like, yeah, no, we can't let these people leave. So many of them are fleeing on yachts, like, you know, fleeing through the waters. Somebody made the ironic post, hey, they're leaving like they came, on boats. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Samsonite options, funny as shit. Garland is fucking awesome. Pink Rose, the sad part is that Israel is doing to Iran also to distract people and not paying attention to Gaza. Yes and no, Pink Rose. Yes and no. Here's the thing. They were already murdering Gazans, meaning they were prolific murderers of Palestinians for the last 2 years, right? It didn't matter that we were watching them do it. We watched them starve. We watched them get shot. We watched them. I can show you video after video after video. I can show you hospitals with body parts. I can show you bodies in bags. They've been doing this with us watching. What does it matter if we're not watching it, but it's still happening, when it would be happening even if we were watching it? I hope you get my point. Meaning you have 2 options. One, Israel commits murder and genocide with impunity. or Israel commits murder and genocide, and their own country is being turned into Gaza. Whew. Right. I get a tingle when I hear that shit. Meaning, it's not that I like what they're doing to Gaza, but they were already doing it. We had no power to stop it. We just watched it for 2 years. Iran has not taken Gaza off the table. And the damage that they're effectively doing to Israel is creating the same psychological torture that they've been inflicting upon the Gazans. They are turning their cities to mush. They are waiting fucking gas lines, fighting each other, and sitting in bomb shelters for the last several days. Does it make up for Gaza? No, it does not. Does it make me feel some level of justice is being applied onto Israel? Yes. Does it make me feel like this is not being done with impunity now? Yes. And does it make me feel like the fact that this is happening may disrupt, inhibit, on some level, even, dare I say, maybe not destroy the Israeli state, but fuck, man, it is putting cost in a way that cost was not being applied before. I don't give a shit if an Israeli has, post-traumatic stress disorder. You shouldn't be murdering people, right? Having your city blown up is cost. Having your home destroyed is cost. Having your hospital leveled is cost. Having your energy plant is cost. Having a financial district destroyed is cost. I'm saying these are costs. You being stuck in a bomb shelter because you don't know when bombs are going to fall. That's a cost. That cost was not there prior. So I do get it that they are increasing their murder campaign, kind of like the Nazis, right? The Nazis were increasing the killings of the Jews during the point where the Soviets were rummaging through Germany. They're doing the same. But at least there's a cost being applied in a way that was not there before. The killings were always going to happen. There was nothing to do about it. The cost is new. The cost is new. So I feel you. I do feel you. They hit Bushehr. Yes, they did. Iran needs to respond in kind. They need to respond in kind. I wondered about the possibility last night, but what if Iran has Oreshnik missiles? They're conventional, but Russia could be cheeky. I don't think Russia is going to give an Oreshnik to Iran. I could be wrong. But they clearly have something. I mean, they have some shit that they are just holding on to. They showed a bit of it yesterday with this hypersonic missile that was just astonishing. Fucking looked like a star. The attack on Iran roughly coincided with the first run of a new Silk Road train line. Yes. Yeah, about a month, give or take, when they released it. Of course, it's just coincidence. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, the U.S. always wanted this fight. Israel always wanted this fight because they thought the U.S. was going to be in it with it and fight their war for them. Yes, the U.S. wanted to take down Iran because, for geopolitical reasons. The train line, that's true. The train line, what came out about a month ago, give or take. But I would imagine they knew that train line was coming online at some point. And you may want to hit that place before the train line comes online. I think it had more to do with Syria, Hezbollah, and all that stuff being taken down simultaneously. Like where they just thought Iran is by itself. But Sparky, I don't think you're wrong. I think all of those things play into it. Pink Rose, how is Izzy able to continue with Gaza if they are being hunted by Iran? I don't know who Izzy is. Who's Izzy? I don't know who Izzy is. Great show as always, Captain Obvious. Well, thank you, man. It's not always a great show, but I do appreciate it. Ben Gavir made a revealing statement in question about Israelis. Why didn't you realize how powerful those missiles were? That statement, that's some shit, ain't it? That's some shit, ain't it? Can you imagine? You're an Israeli, you're pissed off because your place is getting bombed, and you're like, why did you do this? And your response is, we got used to shooting kids in the back. We got used to murdering, starving people. We were prolific at murdering women and children. Who knew that Iran were not just women and children and that they'd fight back? That's effectively a statement, right? We didn't know that they were going to fight back. We didn't know that they were that strong. We didn't know that they can actually pound the fuck out of our cities. We didn't know that. That was beyond our comprehension. Okay, but whether you knew it or not, why are you doing it? Like, think of the level of sociopathy that has to be associated with the public or country to think we are preying upon you just because we can. We won't prey upon you if we don't think we can. But if we think we can, you're fair game. That is Ben Gavir's statement, right? Well, we didn't realize they were that strong. If we did know they were that strong, we wouldn't have fucked with them. Oh, okay. So you were in the process of settler colonial expansion, which is what everybody said you are, creating a greater Israel, as everybody said you are. And you had no issue with killing and murdering your way to doing it. And you came upon Iran and you thought that they were your next victim. And come to find out the victim knew karate. Victim fucking knew Wing Chao or whatever the hell it's called. Why is the IDF using hospitals as IDF command centers? Because every accusation is a confession. That's why. Every accusation is a confession. And if you need to blow that command center up, then you can use a propaganda campaign using telegraphically dead Israelis saying, oh my God, they blew up a hospital. And you're going to get a compliant media in the West that is going to go along with it. Oh my God, they blew up a hospital. Look at these telegenically dead Jews. That's what they're going to do. That's why they use it as a command center. That's why. There's no magic to it. That's why. Sparky, is Iran beating Iran like a redhead except Chow who owes some money? If we accept that the redhead except Chow can bite, kick, scratch, then yes, we can go with that analogy. Because again, they are hitting, it's a war, right? Both sides are hitting each other. It is just a weird phenomena for somebody to have air superiority over Israel. That's strange. That's not something that's in our modern lexicon. So it's fascinating to watch. It's also weird for costs to be imparted upon Israel in this way. Severe cost. That is new. That's strange. So I don't doubt that Israel is hitting stuff. They are. I mean, as he pointed out, they hit the heavy water thing. But beware, whatever you can hit, if there's something corresponding from Iran, they can hit that shit too. And again, I'm an American. I thought they should have hit that shit off immediately. But it's what it is, right? They're fighting the war, not me. Thanks for the honest reporting, Daniela Motos Cutter. Thank you, Daniela. I appreciate it. I try. Does the U.S. and Israel control Iranian airspace? Control is difficult. Control is difficult because Israel is not using missiles per se. They're using two things: airfare, air power, and they're using drones internally. So you have a lot of Mossad agents who are internal to Iran. Basically, Iran's like security of Swiss cheese. And they've been firing off drones, bombs, almost as a fifth column internally. Now, if you have drones hit something, you could say, hey, air power hit this thing. Okay, is it really air power or is it drones that are taking place internally that are hitting targets that are already there? Now, many of these Mossad agents have been getting caught. Who knows how many they are, though? Like, you know, you're seeing pictures of Iranians, thin men running through the streets with a gun up in the air, trying to catch somebody before they can take a poison pill. This shit is wild. They're catching all sorts of bases with explosives, drones, trucks, all of these things. So they are uncovering these networks, but there's no clear way to know how many of these networks are there. So there's that. So put that on one side. On the other side, Israel does have air power, and they're working with the U.S. with that air power, and the U.S. is probably running sorties also. So they're refueling in the air, but that's limited, right? I mean, how long can you just kind of fly around in somebody's airspace before you need to get refueled? So it's no way to just kind of just linger constantly, even though you can impart costs yourself by hitting Iranian targets. So both things are happening simultaneously. By the same token, Israel is running out of anti-air missiles, and you can see the ones that they do have seem to be ineffective. And so, yes, the U.S. is flying around trying to take down drones and missiles and everything else, but those drones and missiles are still hitting their targets. And if it is indeed true that this is, you know, a 10-year-old arsenal that they're using and not their big stuff, when the big stuff comes out, lead Jesus. So I think that's probably the most honest way I can explain it. Mammy Roos, Israel has not fought a full military since 1970. Exactly. Precisely the point. Robert through hate. Thanks, man, for these info shows. Well, Robert, I'm just doing my job. I'm trying my best. I said, I'm doing what they can do, the best they can do. Louise Brooks, but Caitlyn Jenner got up safe, right? Who the fuck cares? She shouldn't have been there in the first place. Things that really matter. I know. Seriously, though, this is all SA. What is this? This is also horrible. Agreed. This is, I'll tell you, Louise. I'm sorry, I'm dragging ass. I may be a bit jovial when I'm looking at some of these videos out of a bit of schadenfreude. But this is chaos. And it's unnecessary chaos, right? Let's say 70% of the people in Israel, maybe let's say 80%, agree with what is happening. Well, you might get 80% of the US that agree on some stupid shit. I might be in that 20%, but I'm stuck with whatever consequence happens to the US. I'm stuck with it. I'm culpable in some way, right? The same thing is true almost doubly so in Israel. Most of the public agrees what the fuck they've been doing for those years. And so, my sympathies are not there. It's just not. But I recognize it's chaos. I recognize what they're doing to the Palestinians, what they're doing to the Lebanese. I recognize the chaos that we're causing in Syria by putting that head chopper in charge and having those people effectively go through and murder Alawites. Our government and this empire shit is a problem, and it is creating chaos around the globe. That chaos is coming to a head, A, in Ukraine for one, with Russia stumping a mud hole in all of NATO, and B, right now in Iran. My heart goes out to the Iranians, just like it goes out to the Palestinians and the other people that are suffering under the boot of US imperialism, with proxies of Nazis in Ukraine and another group of Nazis in Israel. Yes, this is horrible. Where it goes will get worse. You need to prepare yourself for that. This is not going to stop. This is going to get worse. At least that's my thought. I could be wrong. God knows I hope I'm wrong on this. But this is not something it gets better. This gets worse before it gets better. Let's see. Who's next? Mamie Rose, yes, military thinks they can beat aliens and Martians. What did KJ say? That they're, like 4% of the population thinks they can beat a bear? Like bare-fisted. What just nerd? Cannabis is the guy. What line were you going to quote earlier to Sarah? Also, great back and forth with Sarah. Sarah's all over. Yeah, I love Sarah. She's awesome. So Cannabis has this line. I ride bare chest, you wear armor. Fuck, it's in my like list. I can't think of the name of the song. But, the thing I like about Cannabis is he's very boisterous. Like, he's a badass. The way he talks about stuff and the way he talks about himself in these epic terms, even though he can also, like, they left me dehydrated about this right now, we're over naked, but I made it with the passion of a microphone patriot. Or this kind of military lyrics, where he's like this prepper militarist rap that goes into play, where he adds in science, adds in this kind of just out there shit. Like, he's on a space station spitting rhymes. Oh, I love that shit. That makes me high, right? But that line, like, I read, he says, I don't lose. And so the fact that I lost, I'm in a confused mood. Like, effectively, I am not accustomed to losing. I don't believe I'm going to lose. And yet I lost this thing. And so I'm just fucking confused. It's kind of like in Three Body, where the guy has a device that, how did he say it? I turn myself into my own God, and God can't get it wrong, even though he got it wrong. So he's fucked up in the mind. Cannabis is making this point, like, I am such a badass that I ride by bare chest when I'm going into these battles. I just chest open. And you are a coward because you're in armor. Okay, dude. No. Just no. No, people wear armor for a fucking reason. So it's like, I appreciate your bravado. God bless you for that. But I'm not saying for wearing armor. Brave. That's where it's coming from. That's where it's coming from. What is the name of that song? Savage something. It's in my like list. It's a short song, but that shit is awesome. Where is it? I got all sorts of weird shit in my like list. Even House of Slaughter. House of Slaughter. That's the name of it. Let's see. What is this? Veritas ad Astra. Oh, God. I love that. Please bring journalist, analyst David Hudley on. I don't know who he is. David. I'll look. Fuck, one side. David. Hudayan? Is that the word? Hudayan? Sorry, I'm cramping. Do you think it's possible for Iran to hit a carrier strike force with hypersonic missiles without Russia or China? I say yes. Oh, I don't know. But I don't think it matters. They will get that intelligence. Do you really think, let's be honest here, regardless of what Russia says, regardless of what China says, that they are going to shy away from giving Iran any intelligence that it needs to do whatever they need to do with it? You honestly think that? The reason why I said do you honestly think that is the United States has been giving Ukraine intelligence to hit Russian sites and kill Russians to the tune of hundreds of thousands. Let's say 150,000 Russians for 3 years. Do you think Russia is going to give a shit about giving Iran whatever data they need to take out whatever they need to take out? On the second front, China has already been giving the Houthis intelligence informations in order to be as accurate as they have been with their missiles. China and Russia gets it, even though they may not necessarily want to be a party to it, which is why I think they're like, let's see this play out. Hands off. This is horrible. We think this is atrocious. They should never attack Iran. Our hands are off of it. This is bad. Now, who knows what happens when shit hits the fan? And that is, look, my issue with this is there are questions that are raised that I don't have answers to. My model breaks down the moment that this becomes hot. We're in the hot phase. I believe the US gets involved. That's as far as my model goes. So it's unpredictable to me. There may be better minds that can come up with a more coherent what's next. But I don't know how they can come up with a coherent what's next. To me, it was obvious that Trump was lying. It was obvious Israel was gaming for war. It was obvious that the negotiations were fake. It is obvious that Israel was going to attack. To me, anyway, it was obvious that Iran was going to stump a mud hole in them because, again, racist people tend to be incompetent in regards to their judgments of real-world phenomena. But now you get into this kind of weird space of what do they do and what do they have? How many missiles does Iran have? What are the quality of those missiles? Are they willing to throw a punch in a real way where they're saying, fuck it, you're attacking us, we're taking down your carriers? How far is the US willing to go? Are they talking about a military buildup? Are they just talking about an air campaign? Will Israel resort to nukes? Will Pakistan give a nuclear umbrella? Will North Korea give a nuclear umbrella? Will Russia and China, how far are they willing to go in order to ensure that that chess piece is not moved off the board? I don't have answers to these questions. And, you may have people with military analysis, but, chess logic. The further down you get down the analysis, the more likely you are to be wrong. I can predict 3 or 4 moves out pretty decently. Well, let's go back when I was at my heyday, my best. If I ain't predicting, let's say 20 moves out, many of those moves are forced. That's the only way you can do it because things get hazy the further out you get. And you may take it almost, okay, how can I explain this? I can explain this with chess logic. That's probably a better way to do it. There are sometimes that people think, okay, these people are thinking out 20 moves. They're not. They're not. Oftentimes, what they're doing is thinking a few moves in advance to try to make sure that they're safe. And there are positions that may come up where they start to concentrate, say, hey, there's something here. I know there's something here. I can feel it in my bones. There's something here. In which case they will go into analysis. The reason is because you have a limited time when you're playing either blitz or if you're in a tournament. You usually get 40 moves, and yes, I'm making an allegory to chess to war, but that's the point. You get 40 moves in 2 hours. That sounds like a lot. It's not. And then you get another hour at sudden death. So the game can go about 6 hours. At least that's what they used to do. You make moves and you try to be safe in accomplishing an objective. Initially, you're just in fighting chess mode, meaning you're just sparring. You're trying to find an advantage. And then at some point, you try to press an advantage. Now, if your opponent accepts that, hey, this is a big deal, then the opponent is drawn into something that they have to deal with and that both of you are focusing on, because both of you agree in that moment that this is an area we need to fight. This is an area we need to, some shit needs to take place here. But you may not agree with your opponent. You may say, he got nothing on it. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm focusing on this. One of you is right, one of you is wrong. When it gets down to analysis, though, there are times where you're like, okay, I know there's something here. And you play it out in your mind. Some of the moves are forced. The further out you get, you start missing stuff, like that random pawn, that random piece, that random thing that you didn't necessarily think about because it didn't necessarily play into your mind. This critical position that happens, several moves, 10 moves, 15 moves out, where you're now like, fuck, I didn't see that knight just landing there. Like, the further out you go, the more hazy it gets. I would imagine war planning is the same thing, right? Like when you were thinking to yourself, okay, what are these people going to do? You may have somebody who's very adept at sitting there thinking, oh, they're going to do this, and they're going to do this, and they're probably going to do this, and they're probably going to do that. But I would imagine the same rules apply. The further out you get, the hazier it gets. William Burns can point out, hey, Russia's going to get involved into a military conflict because you're going to draw them in regards to you trying to get Ukraine into NATO. But, that's only 3 moves, right? You're trying to get Ukraine into NATO. Okay, that's move 1. The next forced move is Russia to say, this is bullshit. We're not going to allow this. Russia makes this move. Its move is force. You overthrow the government. Russia gets involved. All of these moves are forced. Yes, Russia could have stood by and allowed NATO to be on the border of Ukraine. But even William Burns knew they were never going to do that, right? So some of this stuff is forced logic, where it's you must do this because you must ensure the integrity of your state. Okay, this is more complicated. Is Iran essential to the integrity of Russia or China? I don't know that. I don't know. Is it essential enough where they are willing to put military power behind it? I don't know that either. China doesn't seem like it wants to get into any wars. I don't know. None of these countries really want to get into war. They want the multipolar world to come into fruition. From their point of view, if things keep going, we're going to get a multipolar world. Full stop. From the West point of view, they agree. And because both sides agree on that very basic premise, the West is like, we need to act now. I hope you get my point. It's not like they don't agree that the multipolarity is coming into fruition. What you're seeing is because they do agree. Just like you were, if you're playing a game of chess and both sides agree that something is important at a particular point on the board. So I don't have an answer to these questions. I don't know if Iran is that important. I don't know if when shit hits the fan, they're going to get far more involved because the integrity of their own states are at play. I don't know if they're looking at this as this is going to be a proxy battle and we're going to allow a system militarily as much as we can through materials and everything else, but we're not getting involved militarily. I have no idea. I just don't. I mean, let's be very clear though. If any country provides Iran a missile shield saying, if you nuke them, we will nuke you, all hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose. If any country says if the United States gets involved, we will get militarily involved, all hell breaks loose. Like we're whistling past the graveyard. And right now, China and Russia being very cavalier, like, let it play out. Pakistan is big, let it play out. North Korea, let it play out, see what happens. But if the US escalates, I don't know. So I don't know. To answer your basic question, because I know that's a lot of wood to chop, they would have no issue giving intelligence in that way. At least I don't believe they would. I could be wrong, especially after they've been killing Russians for the past 2 years, or 3 years. Do you think it's possible for Iran to hit a carrier? Yes. I think they can hit the carrier. I was replying to a comment that says Iran. Oh, I was replying to a comment that says Iran raised a red flag in front of a red. Oh, it's rebuilt. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think that comment is bullshit. Agreed. Iran didn't raise anything. They were well within their right to do what they did. What if Iran secretly has an original missile? I answer that one. I don't think they do. If they did, can you imagine that shit? They're like, all right, you fuck with us enough. All right, guys, I am dragging ass at this moment. I've had a very long day, a very long week. Gleeful week, I give you that, but very long. So I'm going to call it a day. I do not think I'm going to do a show tomorrow. I don't have any guests set up. Some of my guests are on location. And if I'm being honest with you, I double dipped this week because I wanted to have people to cover the war. And I wanted those people to be militarily adept or people who cover the Middle East. And so I appreciate all of them for doing so. We'll see how that plays out. Because, at this point, it just work. I want to thank all of you, by the way. You make the show what it is. We have blown through 60,000 views. 60,000 subs. And not just blown through it, fucking set it on fire. We're at 61,000. I think we're over 61,000. That would be impossible without your support. And I thank you for it. The last show that we did, we had 5,000 people watching that show. 5,000 live. We're doing something right. So let's keep it up. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. I'm going to say subscribe. I want to thank all of you for joining me. You guys are a fantastic chat. And I thank you for it. Fei Lu, shout out to you. Violet Quinn Law, shout out to you. Charles G, shout out to you. Who else is here? Anna Jackson. Tom Jones is back. My mom loves Tom Jones, by the way. Tom Jones used to throw, women used to throw underwear on stage. Tom Jones is like 80 years old. They were still throwing underwear on stage. It's the funniest shit in the world. I love it. It's like, here their granny draws and Tom Jones is still singing, Never easy to be loved by anyone. Reborn Through Hate. Thank you very much. Fei Lu, Darth X. Who else? Fantamus Fanta. Thank you, guys. I think Navy Vet was here at one point. So let me go back so far. All of you, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. You all have a fantastic day. What time is it? Shit, Jesus Christ. We're like 2 hours over. All right. You guys have a fantastic day. May see you tomorrow. Play it by ear. But if I don't, I'll see you Monday morning, bright and early. Have a good one all. Be safe. Be kind.